and something is changing does not mean that it should not be regulated. But however, we must also ensure that regulation does not stifle production, does not stifle productivity, and does not stifle growth. The third point I think I would like to make is that we have seen the future of, we've seen Paytech change consumer behavior, and this will continue to be. So it's going to continue to lead to productivity growth, growth in general, and of course, shifting the way in which we continue to exchange values. So on those personal notes of mine, let me now end my very few remarks here by thanking our partners for this event this morning. We have MasterCard, we have Providence Bank, and we have System Specs, Verify Me, QT, is that correct? And Quidax, is that correct? And Accelerate and Ampo. So I want to thank you all for partnering with BusinessDay in this event. And I really, really do hope that with our speakers, with our discussants, with all our partners, and of course, those of you listening, that you all have a very productive morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause. He's the one that pays my salary. All right. Like he has mentioned, we are in for a very interesting meeting. 3 panels dealing with several topics. We're going to have a presentation by Muhammad Jia, Acting Associate Director, Analysis and Compliance Directorate, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. He's going to be speaking along the lines of what we are here for. And he's going to be speaking virtually. Thank you. Control room. Okay. While that is taking place, please, you can download the brochure by going to this website, bit.ly/BD caps BD caps F caps O caps D. Oh yes, it's on the screen. Very good. So you can download the brochure from there. So control room. Our presentation from Muhammad Jia, Acting Associate Director, Analysis and Compliance Directorate, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU.
Hello? Okay, but can you see my screen now? Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical hitches. Sorry for the technical hitches. I want to quickly present the role of Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit in fear, fraud, juggling identity, consent, security in the age of instant payment. A quick rundown of the introduction of the presentation. First of all, I want to talk about what Financial Intelligence Unit is, and the cashless policy, the gains, the lessons learned. Fear, fraud, juggling identity, consent, and security in the age of instant payment. What are the vulnerabilities and challenges of instant payment as far as the regulators are concerned? And what is the role? What are the roles of NFIU in addressing these challenges? Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is an agency of government that is established as an agency, as you can see from the diagram, that receive reports from reporting entities, which include the banks, and also designated non-financial professionals and businesses. We analyze this report in-house and generate intelligence reports that we disseminate to law enforcement agencies, to anti-corruption agencies, or back to regulatory bodies. And we, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, is also a member of the group of Egmont Group, which is the group of FIUs, about 167 FIUs of the world. We are being guided by a world body called the Financial Action Task Force. Now, a brief at Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is an independent and operationally autonomous body. And it is for the purpose of institutional location domicile in the Central Bank of Nigeria. It is the one serving as the Secretariat of Interministerial Committee of Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Financing of Terrorism Activities. The director of the FIU is the one that serves as a national correspondent for the West African body of the FIU. And the FIU is also the Secretariat of National Sanction Committee. Any sanction that will happen in the financial system, in the financial sector, the NFIU is the Secretariat. At the moment, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is the headquarters of West African Financial Intelligence Units Forum. And we also belong to 166 member group of FIUs since 2007. We are currently mentoring Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia to join the group. Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is also member of the 3 FIUs selected among the 166 group to champion the data transformation of FIUs. As a body, the law that established NFIU wants us to institutionalize best practices in financial intelligence management in Nigeria to strengthen the existing system of combating money laundering and related predicate offenses. And it also make provision for us to exchange information with institutions in matters that relate to money laundering, terrorism financing activities. The core functions of the FIU is we receive reports, be it currency transactions, foreign transactions, suspicious transactions, and other ones that are related to money laundering, financing of terrorism from different reporting entities, and in accordance with the Money Laundering Prohibition Act, Terrorism Prohibition Act, and other laws. We analyze this report, we conduct what we call the tactical analysis, operational analysis, and strategic analysis on these reports, interpret them, and assess information and other reports. And at the end, what we do is to disseminate intelligence to law enforcement agencies or regulatory bodies or the government. The powers of the FIU. Number one, one of the powers of the FIU is that it allows us to collaborate with regulatory authorities, security agencies, and self-regulatory bodies are in the process of combating money laundering and related activities. The law also empowers us to review constantly anti-money laundering and other measures on regular basis. It also directs us to monitor and immediately stop any financial transaction, accounts, or transfer of funds within any financial institution or designated non-financial profession or businesses. It also allows us, the law empowers us to also collect such information that we deem fit will be necessary to help us in fulfilling our mandate. We also, the law also empowers us to get information on institutions and reporting entities in order to perform our function. We also go into MOU with organizations and our counterpart FIUs. The agencies that give report to FIU are commercial banks. These are money deposit banks, development finance banks, and merchant banks, and all the other, including the international money transfer. We also have audit firms, that is what we call the designated non-financial institutions. We have the car dealers, casinos, chartered accountants, and all the other related designated non-financial professional businesses that send report to the, what are different type of reports that we receive? We receive a report, what we call the currency transaction report. 5 million for individuals, 10 million for corporate bodies. See, they can't hear me. Oh, good. Hello? They can't hear me. Oh, God. I don't know where projector. Where do I change it now? Hello? Can you hear me? Or do we bring the projector back? Oh, you have packed it. I don't know. I don't even know. And this thing has not been doing like this before. It's not muted. You can't hear me. It's not good. I think it's where we connect this thing. We are thinking of projecting it. Maybe it took the projector this thing. No, I don't know. We disconnected now before I started the. Still on. Hello? Hi, so sorry, you can't hear me? Okay, I should start from beginning. Okay. No, you can still hear. Hello? Hello? Plug it now, just plug it.
Hello, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much. We are very sorry. It's unfortunate I am not there physically, that these issues could have not come. I will just have some engagement here. So quickly, what we are trying to discuss is just few about what NFIU is. And as I was explaining, I don't know at which point I went off, but let me just brush it over quickly because of lack of time. NFIU is by the Financial Action Task Force. Every country is supposed to have a financial intelligence unit, a central agency that will be receiving reports, the money laundering reports from different reporting entities, and analyzing this report, generating intelligence for law enforcement agencies, anti-corruption agencies, and other regulatory bodies. Now, what we say is that as an FIU, in brief, is an autonomous body that is established to receive report and analyze it. For the purpose of institutional location, NFI is domiciled in the Central Bank of Nigeria, and we serve as the Interministerial Committee on Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Financing of Terrorism Coordination Activities. The director of the unit is the national correspondent of the West African body of FIO Group. NFI also serve as the secretariat of National Sanction Committee. Any sanction that will be done with respect to financial system in Nigeria, NFI is the secretariat. Now we are also the current secretariat, headquarters of West African FIU Forum. And we belong to a member group of Egmont Group of FIUs, about 166. Now we just got to 177 recently, FIUs that are in the group. We are currently mentoring Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Gambia to join the group. We also belong to the 3 FIUs that were selected to jointly work on digital transformation of financial intelligence units. The law mandates FIU to institutionalize best practice in financial intelligence management in Nigeria. It also empowers, it also expects and mandates us to strengthen the existing system of combating money laundering and associated predicate offenses. It makes provision for us to exchange information with institutions, being it government, being it any relevant institution, regulatory body, security agencies, in matters that relate to money laundering and terrorism financing activities. Our core functions are to receive and collect currency transaction reports, foreign transaction report, suspicious transaction report from the reporting entities and designated non-financial businesses and professions. We analyze this report, conducting tactical, operational, and strategic analysis, and interpret them and assess other information to be able to come up with an intelligence report. And at the end, we disseminate this report immediately to law enforcement agencies or to regulatory bodies or even to the reporting entities where we have grounds of suspicion that there are money laundering or financing of terrorism is happening. In terms of the powers of NFIU, it is the law empowers us to collaborate with agencies, regulatory bodies, security agencies, and others in combating money laundering and other related activities. It also allows us to review constantly measures on a regular basis in consultation with regulatory authorities and other relevant stakeholders, anything that has to do with anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. The law empowers us to promptly monitor and immediately stop any financial transaction, any account, or any transfer of any fund in any financial institution or designated non-financial profession or businesses as soon as we felt that there will be a fraud or money laundering that will be engaged. It also requires us to be able to collate information that we deem fit, either from the reporting entities or from the law enforcement agencies. We also enter MOU with other agencies and any functions we are able to carry out our own function effectively. We also have MOUs that were signed with other countries in information exchange. Our reporting entities are divided into 2. We have the financial institutions, where we have money deposit banks, development finance banks, merchant banks, private mortgage institutions, bureau de change operators, microfinance banks, non-interest banks, discount houses, finance companies, capital market operators, insurance companies, international money transfer operators, and other related financial institutions. And we also have another set of reporting entities that are referred to as non-financial professions and businesses. These are audit firms, car dealers, casinos, chartered accountants, civil society organizations, hotels, jewel dealers, legal practitioners, dealers in luxury goods, supermarkets, tax consultants, and others, to be able to get a holistic report that will relate to money laundering. What are the other types of report that NFI will receive? We have what we call the currency transaction report. This is based on threshold, 5 million for individuals, 10 million for corporate bodies. Then we have foreign transaction reports. This is also based on threshold, but this is the one, any transaction that involves foreign currencies. The threshold is 10,000 US dollars or equivalent in any other currency. Then we have what we call the suspicious transaction report. Here, the reporting entity will not look at the amount, but the conditions that surrounds that transaction, unusual, unjustifiable, or unreasonable transactions. Then we have suspicious activities. These are activities that do not even have to be a transaction. Somebody walked into the bank and they asked him for means of identity and he said he declined the transaction. It's a suspicious activity that comes to us. Cross-border report, all currency transactions that are declared at the point of exit or entry into the country, and any other information. Now the cashless policy. What are the gains? What are the needs? And what are the lessons learned? Now the cashless policy was introduced by CBN to be able to encourage more electronic-based transactions. Why? To drive development and modernization of the payment system, to reduce the cost of banking services, drive financial inclusion, and reduce vulnerabilities that are associated with cash, because these are related to corruption, terrorism financing. Anybody that wants to cut off the trace, the link of money, movement of money, will prefer to use cash. Now, what are the gains? With the cashless policy, we have been able to see increased convenience, more service options, reduced risk of cash-related crimes, cheaper access to out-of-branch banking services, and so others. What are the lessons learned? We have been able to see how, because it was anchored on electronic technology, we have seen how the economy has witnessed a tremendous surge in the volume of financial transactions that are conducted electronically. Now we can see why the fear. The fear is being expressed because, if you can see from the NDIC report from 2015 to 2019, there has been an exponential increase in fraud that are being perpetuated in banks and all related financial institutions. For instance, in 2019, there are 52,754 reported cases, out of which 50% of them are ATM or card-related frauds. So this is why the fear comes. Now, what are the things that are leading to this? What are the challenges? What are the vulnerabilities? Instant payment put a pressure on the system the banks are using to check suspicious transactions. With instant payment, it does not give room for the financial institutions to check suspicions. Then, instantaneous nature of instant payments also increases the volumes and overload the bank risk management systems. Instant credit transfer also push payment to finality, making it difficult to recover money back quickly if the payment is duplicated. And known face-to-face relationship in instant payment, the anonymity involved now make it a platform for identity theft and impersonation. Geographical spread of instant payment is also a challenge. Now, coming to the last point, what is the role of FIU in addressing these challenges? I've already stated earlier, as the core function of FIU is to receive suspicious transaction reports. Once the banks or individuals or entities send us these suspicious transaction reports, what we do is to analyze this report, disseminate it, and send it to law enforcement agencies. As soon as we continue, so long as we continue to have these suspicious transactions, we will be able to advise and protect the financial system. For instance, between 2019 to date, we have disseminated 1,700 intelligence reports relating to fraud and related crimes to law enforcement agencies. The other thing we also do is we have an unfettered exchange of financial data with other FIUs in the globe. For instance, within this short period, in 2019 alone, in 2019 to 2020, we have reversed about $6,725,000 US worth of money and about 500,000 euros back to US and UK. These are funds that are related to business email compromises and related offenses. Lastly, what we also do is we conduct what we call a strategic analysis. In strategic analysis, what we do here is to look at patterns, trends, and typologies of how these financial crimes are being committed, so that we'll now come up with what we call executive alerts or strategic products that as advisories that will send to reporting entities, to law enforcement agencies, to regulatory bodies, to the government, or to the public, advising them on a pattern or a trend or a particular development in the financial system that will threaten the financial system. So in a brief, this is what I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Round of applause. So we've heard from the regulator. By the way, he's still around, and he's going to be joining the panel that is coming up very shortly. So I'm going to be calling the members of the panel and also the moderator. The first panel is on fear and fraud, juggling identity, consent, and security in the age of instant payment. Before I call the names, don't forget you can download the brochure from the site bit.ly/BDFOP. Okay, so to join the panel, please let's welcome Stanley Jacob, Director, Account Management, West Africa MasterCard. Give me a round of applause. We have Kingsley Iwokaver, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Executive Director, Providence Bank. A round of applause. We also have Esige Agwele, Co-founder and CEO, Verify Me Nigeria. We also have Eunice King, Head of Technology, NIPS. And then, of course, Mohamed Jia will be joining the panel. And finally, but not the least, we have Shegun Olukoya, Executive Director, Financial Services and Payments, who is our moderator today. So the other members of the panel will join us virtually. You're welcome. Thank you. And may I just say, for Providence Bank, he's being ably represented by Frank Atat. Thank you. You can go on.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining this session and this panel especially. I believe two other members of the panel are online, Mr. Gia and Eunice King. Can you confirm that? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So this panel is, the topic for this panel is fear and fraud, juggling identity, consent, and security in the age of instant payments. These are three major things that speak to the whole concept of paytech and are at the heart of, some of the growth that we would like to see. On this panel, I think we'll start off with introductions. Frank, right? Yes, okay. It's an interesting panel. We have someone who will provide a global perspective. We have someone or two people who provide perspectives of operators, one in a bank, another in an identity business. And then we have the regulator, and we also have someone who provides like the enabling infrastructure for a lot of the payments. So maybe we'll start off with Ms. Frank, who maybe if you could just speak to, first of all, you represent Providence Bank. I think one of the things we hear good things about it, all the fintechs seem to have found a home with you. So maybe if you could just introduce yourself and speak 2 minutes why that happens or why that is happening.
It's all about technology. It's okay. Afternoon, right? So good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Frank Attard, the group head of e-business, Providus Bank. I mean, just to let you in a bit of intro about Providus Bank, we betted about 5 years ago to try and close the gap within the industry. First and foremost, a personal and private bank. We believe that we needed to do that to try and personalize services that we feel a lot of the segments we're focusing on we're not getting from the other banks. And strangely, when we came into being, I think this was 2015, it was strange to a lot of people. They were wondering why will a bank come at this time when it was a bit tough. I think the economy then was also regressed. But we've stuck it out, and in 5 years, we've been able to deliver on some of our promises. We focus particularly on customers' personal growth, and one of our vision is to be there to support them and ensure that they have sustainable growth in their businesses. And as a personal and private bank, we also look after their lifestyle as well, ensuring that as they bank with us, they don't have to focus on any of the things that disturbs them. And therefore, leveraging on technology, we are then able to serve them everywhere. We are a regional bank. It means that we are limited to certain region. But our limitation is actually a plus, because with technology, we are then able to deliver all our services everywhere. So our customers can be anywhere they are in the world, and we are still able to serve them. And this was practicalized in 2020 during the pandemic, when we were one of the banks that immediately the shutdown happened. In fact, if I need to point out here that we are the only bank in the industry today that uses laptop for everything we do. So it was quite easy for us to then transmit from physical to remote, and that's why it was quite easy. Now coming back to why, and I'm sure that's the reason why you understand the fintech, why they love us, because we are practical, we don't see them as threats. We actually collaborate a lot on most of the products that they have to work with us on. And at the point, we are constantly engaging with them, trying to have insight into their business, helping them in terms of advisory, showing them what to do. So it's quite easy to have conversations with Providus Bank when you come around, because you know that whatever it is you bring, we can always turn the story around with you, and we'll give you the free will to deliver on all the concepts you have. Today, we offer ourselves as a platform for which they can leverage on to deliver on a lot of their services. We've never had to hijack any of the things that they bring to us, because we are constantly listening and trying to engage them on ways to improve what they bring to the market. One of our strong strengths is our ability to be agile in conversations with them, take decision immediately, and there are no layers, so to speak. So it is quite interesting for those who have been with us. And I must say, well, practically all the new devs, all the startups found a home on Providus Bank. We believe that because of the way we are situated and how unique we are in terms of delivering most of the service they seek from us, we're well pleased to serve that segment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. I think what I take away, you don't see fintechs as threats. They are partners, and I think that has created a win-win situation for all and grown that space. I'll leave Nigeria and move global. Stanley runs your designation is Director Account Management West Africa for MasterCard. Could you maybe just speak to what the responsibility entails?
Okay, thank you very much, Ego. Good morning, everyone, once again. So I look after the country business development for MasterCard in Nigeria. And of course, that is feeding into West Africa business. Basically, we are building an ecosystem, of course, which will build to a very large extent. And we drive engagements and partnerships with banks, with fintechs, with governments, regulators, and the list is endless, a long list of enablers supporting the payment ecosystem in Nigeria. MasterCard is present in over 200 countries, and we are serving over 2.5 billion people across the globe. This is a huge responsibility. And for some of us who don't know, over 50 years down the line, MasterCard has evolved from being a payment card company to a global technology company, providing diverse solutions from cybersecurity, payments, mobile, and just name it. And all this is with a view to support retail businesses, support individuals, support government, support financial institutions, and just build a whole big community that thrives beyond cash. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think when you operate in 200 countries and serve 2.5 billion people, there's probably nothing you've not seen around identity fraud. So there's definitely a lot we'll be tapping into in the course of this session. I'll move online next and speak to Mr. Gwele. Verify Me. Could you maybe just provide a bit more, an overview of what Verify Me is? What do you do? What does this company do? You can't, I think
yes, sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is CJ, CEO, co-founder for Verify Me. I'm very happy to be here to talk about the topic today because it's near and dear to our heart. And it's really, I would say at the core of why we exist as a company. At some point, my business partner, co-founder, and I, Tunji Oluwale, realized that there was, across the industries, there was a high cost of transactions as a result of low trust in terms of, with businesses dealing with people. And one of the reasons we had this high cost of transactions was because the infrastructure and the operations to collect proper and compliant KYC was very expensive. This is how Verify Me actually evolved into becoming an ID technology company, where we now offer ID verification and authentication services to enable our customers identify, confirm, authenticate, and aggregate information for their customer profiling. One of the key things about us is we offer a layer of the critical KYC services that both streamline and secure onboarding processes so that businesses and individuals across the board really can access KYC in a secure way for rapid growth while maintaining compliance. And all of these pillars actually are I would say, the elements that support overall economic health. So one of the reasons I think we're very happy about what we do is that we understand that we're the pillar of, at the center of growth for any business, particularly fintech. Today, we support over 30 banks, and I agree, we have a great relationship with Providence Bank as well and have an account there. And continue to maintain great relationships with many banks. We're integrated to many banks who use our services. I believe many of the top 10 insurance companies as well use our KYC services. We have over 250 API customers currently connecting to us and are supporting hundreds of thousands of ID verifications every month currently. So that's just a little bit about us, and I look forward to answering questions today on this panel.
Thank you very much, Sige. I think Verify Me is essentially providing foundational infrastructure on which a lot of the industry see a very beautiful presentation about what the NFIU is doing. Maybe I'd like you to speak to your role in particular. You are responsible for compliance and I think analysis. So could you just speak to what you do in that mix?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, the moderator. I am the director, associate director in charge of compliance and analysis directorate. Within the compliance and analysis directorate, we have 6 departments. First and foremost is the monitoring and analysis department. Here we analyze all the suspicious transactions report that comes in and generate intelligence reports, and we monitor transactions. Then the second department under my supervision is the counter-financing of terrorism department. This department specifically focuses any transaction that has something to do with financing of terrorism or financing of proliferation of arms and other related violence offenses. Then we have the strategic analysis department. In this department, what we do, this department is not looking at individuals. They are looking at a pattern within this report so that we can see the trend of how that is from this department that will generate executive alerts and advisories like we did in 2019 about the local government cash withdrawal, where we try to see, because of the problem that we face, the local government system has been killed completely as a result of enormous cash transactions that are made for development in government have been withdrawn cash. We saw a lot there. We issued an advisory with the government too. Now, we also have a virtual assets and cyber intelligence department within the directorate. Here we look at all the virtual assets, cryptocurrency transactions, and related transactions as within the fintech ecosystem. And to avoid those platforms that are very good platforms that makes life easier, to avoid them to be used at platforms to launder money, to finance terrorism. So that is the 4th department. Then we have the 5th department, which is the compliance department. This is the interface between us, between NFIU and the reporting entities. They liaise with the reporting entities to ensure that the reporting entities comply fully with the laws that ask them to report transactions to us. Which format will they report? How will they report? What is the frequency of report? That is what the department does. Then, lastly, we have international and liaison department within the directorate. So this is the department that liaises with other our FIU counterparts and other foreign agencies that in order to get reports and intelligence to be able to help Nigerian financial system. And by virtue of my position, I report directly to the Director CEO of Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. So in a brief, this is what I do at the FIU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure if I were to ask, if I'd asked an hour ago who knew NFIU in this room, a lot of people would probably not have known. I think getting to know that there is someone or an entity that is watching the back of the financial system and keeping an eye on transactions. Exactly. Now, last but not least, I would move to Eunice at NIPS. She's one of the reasons why we have an industry, a payment industry today. So if you could just speak to the role of NIPS in the financial ecosystem today.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. NIPS, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, is the Nigeria Central Switch, as we all know. And we are also the automated clearing house for the country. And beside that, we serve as the payment terminal service aggregator also for Nigeria. NIPS has over time and over the years evolved to a digital payment infrastructure with the sole aim of promoting financial inclusion. And we do this by providing infrastructure for digital payments, funds transfer, settlement of transactions between financial entities. In summary, our vision in IPS is to improve the digital payment landscape in Nigeria by ensuring that financial transactions are seamlessly carried out in a safe and secure manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eunice. I think everybody here can attest to the foundational role NIBS plays in developing the financial ecosystem. Now that we've gone through the introductions, everybody knows who is here. We'll drill down into some specific themes and perspectives. I'll start off with you, Stanley. MasterCard, I think, when people hear MasterCard, maybe because the card part of it, everybody assumes, it's card. But like you said, there is a lot that is going on. Before FinTech, MasterCard had started evolving into more than cards. And because of that role, I think you get to see a lot of what is going on and have some perspectives into the future. Could you share with us about maybe 2 or 3 of some of the most exciting innovations you expect that we'll see in the FinTech industry or in the Paytech industry over the next 3 to 5 years?
Thank you. Thanks, Segun. So I'll just quickly share some points and perspectives, right? So as a global technology partner, MasterCard leverages our expertise and global network, or you call it global experiences, to kind of create a network or an ecosystem that solves problems. Different categories of payment problems for retailers, for banks, fintechs. I mentioned that during my introduction. But how do we do this? And I guess that is the big question. First, I'll talk about the multi-rail strategy of MasterCard. With the multi-rail strategy, we're able to support people, we're able to support businesses and government to leverage multiple channels, gateways, and touch points as they transact globally. Some of us might not know that MasterCard powers one of the biggest gateways in Nigeria and in this part of our region. At least Frank knows very much about that. So we have a multi-rail strategy that goes beyond card, and it provides different form factors of technology supporting business growth and payments in general. Now, I'll share some statistics from our survey, the New Payments Index. So MasterCard carried out a survey, and some of the facts or the feedback, very revealing and, of course, insightful. When we engaged people, we realized that from the new form factors, the new forms of emerging payments we are seeing today, from biometric, from contactless, QR, down to cryptocurrencies or digital currency, or if you like, call it virtual currency in general, we discovered that 96% of individuals engaged, they are interested in one of these 4 forms of payment that I have listed, from QR to biometrics to virtual currencies and the rest. We also see 73% of respondents in this survey saying they are going to use digital wallets next year in 2022. And of course, it goes on and on. But one interesting fact is, before COVID, MasterCard has always had a grand plan to grow payments and drive inclusion. But with COVID, it's more like an accelerator. Between 2020 and 2021, the percentage of contactless payments, so if you take the whole payments that MasterCard processes globally, the percentage of it that came through as contactless between 2020 and 2021 grew by by 50%. And that is a significant jump because we're talking about billions of transactions. In actual count, we witnessed or processed 1 billion additional transactions through contactless. And we know what that means. In fact, if you take Nigeria, for example, the contactless ecosystem is still evolving. So 1 billion additional transactions during the lockdown when people needed to do other things is quite significant. Now, the next part is that this survey reveals that 7 out of 10 individuals you engage today are ready, happy, and willing to use contactless going into 2022. Now, we've seen how this year have been. We're already in August, and I know we can't count the number of frameworks that have been released, including the one from yesterday, right? We've seen the sandbox, we've seen open banking, we now see the virtual currency. These are all good things for the ecosystem. It just tells us that we need to brace up for innovation. Like I said, we support this whole process by applying technology. We're doing it in so many other countries, and we operate within the confines of regulation. We try to drive interoperability and support digital economy in general. So if you travel around the globe, most of the government initiatives you'll see, we have one role or the other to play in them. Earlier this year in June, we brought together industry stakeholders for the MasterCard Open Banking conference. It's a workshop where we needed to get first-hand feedback on what the Nigerian market really needs when we talk about open banking. And at some point, we reviewed the feedback survey of the survey conducted on the participants of this workshop in June. It was quite amazing. We saw what people wanted. It shows that the Nigerian market has evolved to a stage where most of the institutions were ready. Some of them are already sharing API, and they are just waiting for that big boom on open banking, those standards that will help us support different areas of payment, from lending to bill, to merchant services, and the rest of them. That is what we're doing today. We're seeing these regulations. Some of them are going to manifest in 2022. Of course, regulations like the open banking. Let's not forget that the standards are they are not yet out. We just have an overarching framework defining the roles of the participants. When these standards come out, we will see something happen very big around lending. We will see more around contactless payments. Of course, biometric will continue to grow. These are the areas we should put our focus on. And lastly, cybersecurity will continue to be our watchword. And at MasterCard, we are very, very big on cybersecurity. And we play this from the back, supporting very major infrastructures that are holding up some businesses and payment rails. I think I'll pause here for now and give room to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've started to highlight some of the things you are seeing globally. And I believe anybody who is listening to this should start to think about contactless payments and emerging growth space. Stanley said something about open banking, that when certain things happen, a lot is going to take off, especially on the lending side and all of that. So very nice perspectives from a global view. Let me go online next to Esige. Are you okay? So Verify Me has launched 1 or 2 interesting products over the last 12 months or so, relating to address and NUBAN verification. And this involves cross-referencing transaction data with multiple data sets, phone numbers, first name, last name, identifiers, things that for the average individual, they will get worried. So much information is available just to do this small thing. Can you speak to how you do this and how you give comfort to individuals in this, the utilization of this kind of products?
Yes, no, for sure. And I think that the concern is understandable. So one of the things, we, say, to start with is that this is the reason why regulation is very important, and controlling organizations that deliver KYC is very important, and that control through regulation by the government, not control, but making sure that they are compliant with information insurance, information assurance standards, cybersecurity standards. I think you have the ISO 27001, and then of course we have NDPR compliance under that. Now, so one of the ways we assure our customers and the public is that we're compliant with NIDA guidelines under NDPR. We're a licensed organization by NIMSI, by the Nigerian government, to provide KYC services. In all, I would say in most developing economies, private sector is essentially that critical layer that helps provide KYC to other industries so that they can provide different services, whether it's locationing services, credit services to customers. And so we're at that layer, and we connect to government authoritative sources of identity. Now, in terms of our specific use case, we always say that we never sell data. We're not in the data selling business. We're in the ID verification, data services, and data verification business. Which means that in 100% of our use cases, we are providing verification information when the individual is requesting a service. That is getting insurance, opening a bank account, or so many other services out there that they could be getting for beyond financial inclusion. I would say even social inclusion, right? Where maybe their NIN or driver's license or whatever ID NUBAN may be required. So that's the first thing about us. So we're always in the NDPR compliant realm, I would say, where the only time we exchange data is when the owner of the data is the one that's requesting a service. Now, so that's the first layer. The second layer is that we do not qualify all customers for all types of ID. So for example, a NUBAN product is not a product that we're going to share with, first of all, no retail customer is going to have access. And no non-fintech customer, for example, is going to have access. So even our customers, after we do the KYC layer to make sure that they're bona fide organizations in Nigeria to function with the business that they say they're using our APIs for, we also make sure that they're compliant as well. And we also make sure that they're compliant with NDPR as well. So these are some of the ways that we do it. So using our verified product, as you mentioned, for example, tier 3 KYC is, at the core of, I would say, banking in Nigeria, because it's what allows, banks to open the highest level accounts where their customers can transfer, transact, do transactions in and out. And as we began to provide these services more and more to our banking customers, we realized that there was a need for a sub-layer, a much quicker, much faster solution that would be, I would say, real time and provide, I would say, quality services where many customers that are not maybe bound by the tier 3 compliance are able to use the verified products. So it's a very easy, simple to use self-verification product. So the keyword here, you will notice even with the verified or location product, is that it's self-verification, meaning that the person who you are doing the verification on is basically the person that's approving or even conducting his own verification. So to really round it up about us, and one of the things we're proud of in this ecosystem is we've really built a critical layer that is compliant, that solves the problem of delivering KYC at a rapid rate to people, but also does so without selling data, where it's always initiated by the individual who's trying to get a service. And we've brought this ecosystem together where our customers are able to switch from a tier 3 KYC. So let's say it's a bank who is doing a tier 3 KYC for an account in the same workflow over the same API. And 3 months later, maybe that same customer applies for a small loan. Maybe they don't necessarily have to do that tier 3 KYC in the same workflow based on their scenarios. We are, I would say, are configurable enough to work with that. Our customers can basically call the type of location, address service that they need based on their scenario. They can also call the type of ID service. So for logistics companies from the same endpoint, rather than name, they choose to use driver's license, which is one of our main offerings as well. So we look at ourselves as providing that critical layer for consent, where everyone consents and data can be exchanged. So we're very compliant, and we definitely continue to proselytize that compliance and regulation is key for security and safety as well. So we're very aware of anti-money laundering. We have great products coming up, by the way, that to help deal with cybersecurity. So we're supporting payments as well, securing payments. So I'll be happy to talk about that later on as well, to talk about some of the great things we're doing, particularly as it relates to Paytech, where we're also potentially going to be at that critical layer, helping to secure payments as they're transferred along as well. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So we'll move to Frank. The ISO 222 standard is something that the central bank has mandated that by November 2022, the system should have complied with. Could you briefly speak to what that standard is and what will be impact in relation to the industry?
All right, thank you, Shegun. I think first and foremost, we need to understand why that standard came up. If you are also aware, you know that sometimes getting information together, particularly for payment purposes, is a bit scattered. So the standard is meant to address the aggregation of all of this information via a global standard has been set, and allow government, CBN, to use that to plan. Or seeing some statistics that have been shared. Now, all of those information needs to come to plan the different, how this affects different sectors of the economy. And like, again, Stanley pointed out, last year alone, payment sort of quadrupled because a lot of people were looking for how they could do their transaction from home and not necessarily make contacts anywhere. So a lot of the iterations that happened during that period meant that we saw a lot of huge jump and progress in terms of payment. So the ISO 222, that's what we call it, or 2022, is to address a standard that will enable government have one view or helicopter view of all the aggregation of payment numbers, and then use that to plan. And that will really help the industry, particularly when it comes to churning out indices as they affect the GDP, the other areas of, because today payment is everywhere, whether in agriculture, in hospitality, in finance. I mean, we listened earlier when the NFAU director was talking about suspicious activities, reporting and all of those. They need all of those things. They need those standards to be in place so that it's easy for them to analyze information they get. Today, I doubt how they do it. When I saw that they've done over 1,000 intelligence gathering of information and sharing it, it could be more. And this is what the standard will address, right? So that's the reason why the CBN is asking banks to. Again, when you think about the fact that pretty soon we're going to have open banking, this again will help accelerate that process, because with open banking comes a lot of sharing of information. And how do you concentralize all this information in a place where it can simplify the ability to then analyze and take all of those things? So the standard is meant to address that. And as a bank, we're sort of ahead, because we also came into being when technology became a component or a commodity. So it's possible for us to have stripped ourselves of all the things that will make it difficult for us not to attain that standard. For if some banks today, especially for their swift messaging, is implant, they have some enterprise system that they have to deploy. We don't have that luxury, because we can do a lot of cloud banking and all that stuff. So it's just to make sure that when information is being sought, it can easily be gotten from a single source. That's the reason why the standard is in place.
Excellent. Thanks. So it's all about standards. I'll go to Eunice online. Could you share with us one other digital payment service, that NIBS provides?
Okay, thank you. I know that most people identify NIBS with clearing, switching, probably aggregation service. But we've evolved over time, just like I mentioned earlier, and we have a whole lot of digital services that we provide. And NIBS being a shared infrastructure company, we also provide these services to the financial institution for them to also provide to their customers and account holders. So our products are categorized into three. We have the transactional products. Those are products where you have a debit and credit happen in the course of the transaction. So a PI debited and a beneficiary is credited. We have the identity products. Those are actually validation and verification, authentication products. We also have the data products. So the data products are pure messaging products, deals with exchange of information. So in the first category, the transactional products, we have NIP. I know most people know about NIP, so I wouldn't even bother to go into that. We'll have the central P, which is a payment gateway, and it allows merchants to receive payments for goods and services. And the payment of goods can be made via your cards, your debit cards, or it could be account-based, And we have another product called the mCash. That's a USSD solution that allows individuals to make payments from their bank accounts to merchants through a seller code using their mobile phone. So as long as you have subscribed to the USSD service of your bank, you would have access to mCash. We also have the eBills Pay. eBills Pay is a collection platform, and it's usually available to big corporates for them to collect remittances from their customers. So the remittances can be collected via internet banking, bank branches, or USSD channel as well. We have the NAPS. That NAPS is also used for bulk payments of salaries by corporates. And we have the central management system. The central management system is actually to mitigate against direct debit, failed direct debit instructions. Most times when you send direct debit instructions to the banks are not actually willing to debit their customers. They prefer to receive credits. So the complaints between banks, I sent to bank B, didn't honor it, and all of that. So this platform was provisioned to resolve that issue. So there is an online mandate. So you go online, you configure a mandate, and when an instruction is sent to a bank, all the bank needs to do is just log in and verify and validate that mandate, and the debit that is expected is carried out. We also have NISPay. NISPay is also a platform where corporate customers, government ministries, and financial service providers process payment in bulk. An interesting one is the NXP. The NXP is a novel product and enables funds transfer from account to either a phone number or an email account. And the token generator and validation engine sits with NIPS, and financial institutions are able to integrate seamlessly for both transaction token and redemption of such token. And you can actually redeem this, redeem cash or collect cash via ATM or agents, from your account. Then we have the NIPS Quick Response Code, which was launched, which was launched earlier in the year. And what we did was we just layered the instant payment capability on the QR code, resulting in a product called AQR. So it's a secure platform for merchant and individual to receive fast and instant payment. So that's the bouquet for transactional products. We have the identity products. We have the e-passport. You just use to verify your passport if it's authentic or if it's fake, and that's in conjunction with immigration authorities. We have the BVN validation service. So for validation service, the platform receives. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, let me just jump in there because we'll have one more opportunity to share some of this. I think the general message we see is that NIPS is beyond instant pay. Yes. Which is what most people know, and it does play across the value chain, supporting identity, payments, and also fraud to some extent, and KYC.
Yeah, correct.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll move to finally for this round with Mr. Gia. Could you speak to one thing? We've been implementing the cashless policy in Nigeria over the last few years. Could you speak to one thing that a lesson learned, at least from your perspective at the NFIU, one thing that you take away from it?
Thank you very much. One of the things that we can take away from the cashless policy is that no matter how much you felt that this thing is not achievable, many things are doable. Because at the onset, when CBN rolled out the policy, we at the FIU, we knew that that is the right way to go. Because apart from making life easier for people, it also gives us the opportunity to be able to trace how these monies are moving. And most especially, how do we protect the financial system from abuses? It is only the cashless policy that brings out that. And before the cashless policy, a lot of transactions were done cash-based. And the implication is that once you allow cash in any economy or in any system, to us as financial intelligence unit, what we believe is that it is so vulnerable because the people want to launder money, can go to a government account, monies that are meant for a project. The only thing is to withdraw it in cash. Once it becomes cash, the link has cut off. And at that time, you can't account who has what. You can withdraw 20 million, 30 million, all of a sudden, and you just see it goes into Ghana must goes and then shared. But with cashless policy, we have seen a lot of, and that is what makes our work a lot easier, because we can go into any transaction, any financial institution, or we can profile any government institution, and we'll be able to see that so amount of money that has been allocated, how did it move? And we begin to generate intelligence reports, because, for instance, there are every money, 1 naira in every that goes to every agency are budgeted for. How are they utilized? The way these monies disappears and into thin air is through cash. So to us, one of the lessons learned is that cashless policy is one of the things that brought up the surge in electronic transactions. An electronic transaction is what makes the work of FIU easier and much more simpler. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I think clearly the NFIU will be one of the biggest supporters of an increasingly digitized Nigeria.
Exactly, sir.
Good. Okay, so we'll take one more set of questions before we open it up to the audience. I'm sure people have questions. What I would suggest, if there are one or two questions, if you could write it down ahead. I'll go to the banker on the panel. What's one thing that keeps you awake at night regarding fraud? There are several things, but maybe speak one thing.
If it was an open question, I would say Arsenal. But to be sorry about that. But the room was too quiet, so I needed to. I mean, and we have addressed it. Everybody who has spoken in the last 5 minutes has touched on one thing, and that's cybersecurity. So, and it's actually, it makes it even more peculiar for us in Providence Bank, where due to our collaboration and partnership with the different tech partners that we onboard, we need to keep our eyes open all the time. So we take it very serious because from onboarding to even when we activate them to do transaction, it has to be in a secure process. So we are applying all the necessary security standard that is required and getting even somebody to look at the processes just to ensure that there are no gaps. Because the truth is, we don't even sleep. That's the truth. We don't, because and it's literal. It's literally not sleep because we have to constantly monitor how good or how better those adoption are. So we do penetration tests. We get external parties to work with all the time to just check the system. And Director, you touched on the fact that they need to be able to trace transactions when they happen. Even though he had mentioned the fact that instant payment has its own challenges, I mean, which is good. But the fact is once those transaction has been committed, that's it. So you need to constantly have systems that are able to check for authentications, making sure that all of these things are in place to, just ensure that whatever transaction being done by whichever partner, they are the real transactions. And the means to doing that is to also share information with your partners as well. Because you want to avoid the situation where you're being hard on them without really knowing, without them not knowing what's going on. And again, the important thing to also note is ensuring that you even check with some of international partners who might have better standard than we do. And a case in point is working with an organization like MasterCard, who also have access to all of these, infrastructure that they can also deploy to payment process. And as payment becomes interesting and it becomes futuristic, these are very key variables that needs to be considered. So as a bank, we take it quite serious. And I see in maybe the next year or two, a cyber security specialist being even more important than a CFO of a bank. Because what sense does it make for you to have a CFO who won't find money, right, to do anything for a bank? So that's very critical for us in Providence, and that's where we deploy most of our resources today. Again, by virtue of the kind of setup we have and the partners we support, we need to ensure that this is done almost on a daily basis. Thank you.
Excellent. I think something to bring out, where the chief cybersecurity officer will be equally as important as the CFO. So 2 years from now, we'll come back riding on the back of what Femi said now. How can design of secure IDs help to address some of the vulnerabilities we see in this era of fast transactions? Are you online?
Yes, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Fantastic. So, and this is I would say in our industry, one of the innovations that's coming on board. You would see, in the coming months, a lot of partnerships, particularly with companies like Verify Me, where we're securing payments. Now, one of the things about payments that we're beginning to realize is that if you look at the whole stack or the technology stack, identity really is the thing that, enables payments. So when BVN came about, NIBS was, very innovative with getting BVN, you saw an explosion in payments transfers. But the second layer of what identity can do for payments is that identity on two levels can secure payments. So one of the innovations that you would start seeing is basically the use of authentication for merchant transaction during payment. So for example, even today in Amazon, if you are importing something to Nigeria from Amazon, they're going to ask for your NIN. So they're even using identity now to process payments. And as you see more and more of it, and depending on how much of a high value transaction it is, you're going to see some payment transactions require facial recognition for it to be completed in a seamless way. So I think that's one of the things you're going to see. Another key thing you will see in terms of identity is it won't really so much be about an individual identity, but it will also be about device identities, right? Because even if you look at some of the things in telco or even fintech, the whole concept of SIM swap, right, is a big issue as well. That really is one of the big areas that also cause online fraud or loss to both fintechs and huge telcos across industry. So to answer the question, I think that those are the things that are going to come up to support Paytech. I think, as somebody mentioned, companies that Verify Me specifically is going to be at the critical layer of supporting a lot of Paytech companies. We already are. And so we're looking forward to some very, very exciting announcements. We actually do have, quite a few that we're already working on solutions with. So this is going to be a very great unfolding area. And the idea really is to minimize the fraud that you get across Paytech transactions, and also to reduce any privacy leakages in terms of exposing data to people who shouldn't have access to it.
Thank you very much for that. I'll move next to Eunice. If you could just speak to what you are seeing, from your vantage position at NIBS regarding fraud and channels in the industry.
Okay, thank you. In 2020, the financial industry saw a rise in adoption of digital channels by customers due to COVID-19 restrictions, as we all know. But one thing is the same restriction also created room for viable opportunities for fraudsters to exploit. So using social engineering techniques and COVID-19 palliative schemes propositions, fraudsters were able to defraud vulnerable individuals, who most times they couldn't actually access their banks to report fraudulent activities on their bank account, even when they saw debits, even when they saw their account being debited where they didn't carry out those transactions. So the total volume, fraud volume for 2020, according to financial records that we have, was 91,848, and that compares to 48,438 in 2029. So 2019 rather had 48,000, while 2020 was 91,800. And for the value, we had a loss of 10.9 billion in 2020. So those were successful fraud. It wasn't attempted. So the loss was 10.9, while in 2019, it was 2.9. So we can see the huge difference. And we noticed that where most of those frauds were successful had to do with web channels and the mobile channel. So the mobile and the web channel actually contributed to 81.3% of the total fraud experienced in 2020. And we all know that the increase of fraud was actually due to the Verify Me had mentioned the SIM swap, SIM compromise, stolen phones, cards, and identity theft. So, and that alone, just SIM swap compromise accounted for 779 million of fraud in 2020. We also have the vishing and the smishing, where fraudsters will employ impersonating bank officials to offer COVID-19 palliative, ask you to click on something before you know you've been configured in a mobile app and you've been defrauded. Online gaming is another avenue, because for online gaming, the major issue there is verification. They don't really have, it's minimal KYC. And that's actually a channel where these fraudsters actually cash out. They actually utilize this channel. And for 2020, 4.4 billion was utilized using online gaming channel. Lack of 2FA as well. We know that there's some websites you go to, you use your cards, they're not asking you for PIN and all that. So these are some of the channels that enabled the increase in the fraud transactions that we saw. But the mitigating measures that we can all put in place, it's not one person's business, it's everyone's business to mitigate fraud. Fraud monitoring cannot be overemphasized. And when we're talking about monitoring, we're saying detection and prevention, because if you cannot prevent fraud and you detect, you cannot prevent, you're not actually adding value. So the fraud happens, you know. So there must be a way of preventing this fraud. So we identify the trends, we establish effective controls, and we prevent these frauds from happening. Then KYC. Relevant stakeholders should ensure that there is compliance to KYC. Sometimes for opening wallets, some institutions or some organizations say, oh, there's no need for BVN, or there's no need for KYC. But it is really critical, if we have to combat fraud, that KYC is carried out even for opening wallets. The online gaming operators also have to do additional KYC. They should be mandated to do additional for opening wallets. Customer awareness is also something we have to keep doing, because the bank customers are highly vulnerable to social engineering. If I don't have a bank account, nobody's going to send me a text saying you have one account, we want to close your account, or if I have my money under my mattress. So really the target is for bank customers, and it should concern all of us, the financial industry. So there's a need to continue to educate consumers on how to protect their personal information and how to identify suspicious behavior. And we would also need to put limits on the cash outs on gaming platforms. So if for gaming, for subscribers that are on the gaming platform, you tie their wallet to maybe a limit of just two accounts, because you cannot tie your wallet to 10 accounts, you tie your wallet to 2 accounts, and there's also a limit to what you can cash out daily. So it will prevent the fraud for the fraudsters from actually easily cashing out their stolen funds. Then we cannot overemphasize the implementation of strong multi-part authentication on digital channels. It's something that we have to keep doing, because the fraudsters also find a way. You put in 2FA, they find a way to get this PIN from unsuspecting, keep layering, on this authentication. For 2021, we know we've still seen fake investment scams. They're there. You have ridiculous promises of profits on deposits, and people are falling into these scams all the time, over and over again. So that's trending for 2021. Social media fake vendors, with the advent of more online shopping, that's like a constant. And internal fraud is another thing also for 2021, because with remote working coupled with the economic crisis and inadequate controls, opportunities created for insider fraud to occur. So that's
how to fight fear and fraud in this industry, and ties to some of the things Femi spoke about around cybersecurity what Esige spoke around device identity and all those kind of things. We have about 5 minutes left for this panel, so I would ask, start with Mr. Jia. Just maybe one, if you have any closing comments, one statement or something to maybe speaking about the kind of trends you also see. But if you can limit it to 2 minutes.
Much for this opportunity again. To us at the Financial Intelligence Unit, we will just want the operators, as good as being abused is one of the things that we will advise the operators to always look out to. Though we know that it is not possible for it to be exhaustive, but let them put in place how to ensure that the platforms are not being used for money laundering citizens. Secondly, what we also want, based on the analysis we have been doing, we expect the financial institutions to report suspicious transactions, no matter how much small the amount is to FIU. It's not necessarily saying that you have a vulnerable system. No, it will give us the opportunity to know a pattern of how these things are being perpetuated. And through that, we will now come up with an executive alert that we can send to law enforcement agencies, send to regulatory bodies, send to government to come out with a policy on how to safeguard the financial system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And then finally, from the global behemoth, any final words or points?
Okay, thank you very much, Shegun. I'll just try to say that at MasterCard, we believe that when everyone is included, it's best. And that this has been reflected in our partnerships and our acquisitions over time. Maybe in terms of wrapping it up on a high note for me, it's important that I share that between 2015 to 2020, we have included 500 million people globally in terms of financial inclusion. And for the next 5 years, between 2020 to 2025, we are including another 500 million. With this region going to take a significant share of it. And you've seen that in our recent announcement as I wrap up. We've acquired Finicity, one of the biggest open banking entities in the US. We've acquired Ekata for digital identity, Etoka for dispute. It's reflected in our partnership and acquisitions. We believe in including everyone. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So with MasterCard, everybody come inside. Okay. Please, I'd like you to give a warm round of applause to all the panelists. I think they've done justice. Okay. If there are, maybe we could take a few questions. If 2 questions have been instructed, 2 questions. Is there a lady? Okay. 1, 2, sir. And just identify who you'd like to address. Yes, the gentleman there. He was the first, and then that gentleman. If there's a lady, we'll take a 3rd one. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is S.A. My question is primarily to you, Esige, but maybe Nibs will be able to answer. So there's a lot of businesses that will probably use your APIs. My question will be around businesses like loan businesses that will have to identify their clients before then giving out loans. How does Verify Me ensure that those businesses themselves are then NDPR compliant? Because I sit down in my house and I get random SMS messages that XYZ, who is supposed to be a friend or a contact, has taken a loan and hasn't paid back that loan. I don't want to mention brands, but one of them was recently fined, and they have migrated from sending SMSs to sending WhatsApp messages. So as a business, how do you then ensure that those businesses that you give that consume your APIs are NDPR compliant for people like me who are a bit privacy conscious and worried? Thank you.
So, and thank you. That's a very good question. And, I'm familiar with the recent incident. So one of the things we do, first of all, is a layered approach. Before any customer can get access to our sensitive API ecosystem, they are initially vetted. So we check all their government documents, their authority to operate, what they're operating for, make sure they're a legal entity in Nigeria, and do the first layer KYC on them, first of all, to make sure they can get access. When they're a loan company, because for the most part, logistics companies don't really do this, but all companies that have relationships with VerifyMe sign onto NDPR and actually also sign onto all of the clauses in our that we need to adhere to by NIMSI. So both under Ministry of Communications have to sign on to them. So we monitor all our customers. So you will not find a customer of ours that does this practice because they've signed that this practice is not compliant with NDPR. We monitor our customers and we will disconnect customers if they violate any rules. One of the things about us is we actually deny customers API access all the time. We get emails from people, Gmail, Yahoo, I want your access and I'm this. And you will not believe how many customers we actually deny. Even when we weren't generating, revenue a year, 2 years ago, folks, would be like, oh my God, why are you? But it was more important for us to have integrity. Even international organizations, there are many international organizations in Eastern Europe, in Asia, that we have denied because, they're just not legal entities in Nigeria. So we're very careful about our reputation, and we make sure that anyone who has a relationship with VerifyMe that is accessing any of our services, what we do is we transfer all of the clauses that we need to adhere to, and all NDPR compliance automatically applies to all of our customers. There are no exceptions for any of these customers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My question is related to the NFIU man. I hope he's listening.
Yes.
I didn't know his name. The man from NFIU. My name is Femi Fajolu. I'm a lawyer and partner, Geo Shudik Company. Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yes, I realized that you did not mention churches and mosques when you are talking about how you are tracing illegal funds. And I know that a lot of politicians and fraudsters take a lot of money to churches and mosques. And I think you should be looking at those areas if you have not been looking at them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you will realize that the latest karma, that is the Company Allied Matters Act, the karma, that is why you see that the churches and mosques were vehement in kicking against it, because it's one step that the government want to take towards what you are suggesting. At the moment, they are not within our radar, but they are one way or the other being treated as non-governmental organizations. But with the new karma, very soon, the law will bring them into the net of our surveillance in terms of reporting and in terms of monitoring of the transaction. Because we have seen from our analysis a lot of huge inflows into these bodies. And similar to that is also the non-governmental organizations and non-profit organizations that are being used in the country to launder funds and even to support terrorists and violent crimes. So it is something that is one step after the other. Very soon, now that the dust on the karma is settling down, we will very soon, you'll see regulations that bring them to the reporting net, so long as they will be treated as the way the karma said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for our panelists. A round of applause for all of them. Thank you. You can go have your seat now. So we still have two panels coming. Before the next panel comes up, we have a 20-minute presentation from before I call the next presenter, don't forget to download the BusinessDay brochure for this program. It's on the screen. Okay, so our next presenter is Ray Youssef, the CEO and co-founder of Passful. Ray is a co-founder and CEO of Passful. I've said that, the peer-to-peer finance platform. Ray and his co-founder, Arthur, started Passful in 2015 to help everyone have financial freedom through equal access to finance. Ray started out as an entrepreneur in 2001. He founded a successful ringtone business and then had a series of startups before setting up Passful. At Passful, Ray is CEO and looks after growth, marketing, and customer service and operations. Ray also founded the Build with Bitcoin Foundation that uses cryptocurrencies to create opportunity and thriving communities by providing access to clean water, quality education, and healthy food, and a healthy environment via sustainable farming. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Ray Youssef, the CEO of Passful, as he comes to the podium.
Right. Hi, everybody. How are you? Feeling good? Yeah. I'm feeling great. I rolled into Nigeria about a week ago, had some pepper soup, was rolling around in my hot new dashiki, which I designed myself. I would have worn it today, but it's in the wash right now. But let me tell you, it was awesome. So it's a pleasure to be here. I consider Nigeria my second home, or maybe my first home. It certainly is hustle capital of the universe. I don't really need this thing broken anyway. Can you guys hear me back there? Yes. All right. All right. Hello, hello, hello. It's not working anyway. It's all right. So why are we here? So we're here because everywhere I go, I'm always an advocate and an ambassador for Nigeria. Because what the Nigerian youth have done these past 6 years is absolutely remarkable. It is a milestone event in financial history. So I was at the conference in Miami. The youth of Nigeria have built their own financial system without help from anyone. And people say they're using crypto, and they are, but they're using crypto in an almost invisible way. And this is the huge point. While everyone else in the world is playing with cryptocurrency as an asset class, as a means for speculation, as a way to double, triple, 10x, 100x your money or whatever, the youth of Nigeria have actually pioneered Bitcoin as a means of exchange to solve real problems based on real use cases every single day, sending money back home. The youth of Nigeria have convinced their friends and family around the world to switch to cryptocurrency to send money back home. To such effect and with such success that the Central Bank of Nigeria has forbid cryptocurrency exchanges, or forbid their banks rather, from dealing with cryptocurrency exchanges. In September 2020, January 2020, remittances into Nigeria were 2.5 billion. And by September, could do that, right? Take to something with such ferocity that it would send the alarm bells all throughout the country. So you guys should be proud. I really have to say, there's no other group on earth that could take to a technology, to a means of exchange with such gusto. So that's inspiration for us. We have learned about what Bitcoin is actually good for. We have learned from the peoples of Africa, specifically the peoples of Western Africa, most specifically right here in Nigeria. They have shown us the true killer app of Bitcoin, and we have been watching very closely. And thanks to that, we have a successful business, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to learn. Because where do we take it from here? And it's not just remittances, right? It's payments as well. How many people here have tried to buy something outside of the country? Tried to make a payment in America or Europe or Asia? How many people have tried that in their life? All right. How many people have had a hard time doing that? How many people have had an easy time doing that? There you go. Guess what? Get some Bitcoin, sell it to a guy in Shenzhen, China, ask him to pay the invoice to his Alipay account. 13 seconds later, it is done. And you are not paying a premium. You are getting market price, and it is instant. That is beautiful. And Nigerians are doing that all over the world. Have you ever been to a city where you didn't find one Nigerian? I haven't. Nigerians are everywhere. You guys are like your own social private network spanning the entire planet, and you love to talk, right? And you get things done. And that's what's got us here. The potential is here, not just to reinvent financial technologies in Africa, but to set an example for the entire world. It has already begun. So what's next, guys? How far can we take this? How fast can we take this? What is the prize at the end of this race? So I'm one of these crazy guys, a little crazy, maybe a lot crazy, depending on who you ask. So 6 years ago, me and Artur, it was just me and him 6 years ago, we came to Africa, and it was an option. It makes perfect sense. Not just because of the problems y'all have accessing the financial system outside of the country, or even making a payment to the country next door, but because of the immense hustle and talent in this country that surprises and shocks me every single day. Just last week, I met a 22-year-old super genius Bitcoin software core developer in Abuja. And every day I meet people like that in this country. That kind of talent, that kind of hustle and hunger, and the problems you all are faced with, for us, it was a natural. And we began saying Africa's going to lead Bitcoin adoption. And everyone, no one took us seriously. They didn't think Africans could do it. They didn't think Africans could figure Bitcoin out. They didn't think Africans made enough money. How are people making $2 a day going to get into Bitcoin? This is the kind of garbage that we heard. And now guess what? Africa is leading Bitcoin adoption by a mile, by a country mile no one can even catch up, and Nigeria is #1. So where is next? What is the next big shock? How are we going to shake up the world? How are we going to surprise everybody? Imagine this. Imagine a world where Africans can trade freely between each other, where Nigeria can trade freely with Ghana, with Cameroon, with Kenya, with Ethiopia, where all that money that is trapped in every market, like Ethiopia, Cameroon, Senegal, Malawi, Botswana, Zimbabwe, is allowed to flow. And all the African states can work with each other. What is the result? It's kind of hard to imagine, right? So let me put it in perspective for you. People outside of Africa, they don't really have the best perception of Africa, and that's because the Western media poisons people's minds. When they talk about Africa, it's only one of three things: poverty, disease, and corruption. You hear the same old story over and over again. And people in the back of their minds are wondering, if Africa is so rich in natural resources, why can't they get their act together? Why can't they be rich? Are they all lazy? I'm like, no. Imagine if you couldn't send money from New York City to New Jersey. If you couldn't move money from Texas to Wyoming, would the United States be where it is? It'd be nothing. So all things being considered, that is the reality here in Africa. You can't even send money from the country here to the country next door, let alone getting money outside of the country. We fixed that problem. We created a seamless Pan-African settlements network, and the prize is wealth and prosperity for everyone in Africa. And I am willing to bet my money and my time and my life, and believe me, I am in the process of doing so, that when the African people create that kind of network for themselves, that Africa will ascend to superpower status and set an example for the entire world. 600 million young people live on this continent. Imagine unleashing that kind of work into the world economy. Imagine all the wealth that has been trapped in every African country being allowed to flow freely. That is trillions and trillions of dollars of wealth. Work creation, innovation, brilliant minds being allowed to express themselves. I imagine a world where Africans won't be buying all their stuff from America, Europe, and China. We're making it right here. And the sky is the limit, it truly is. So that's the kind of world that I imagine. And we are here to build that with you. The good news is you guys have given us a hell of a head start. You've already done it. You've showed the world that it is possible to take this newfangled funny money called Bitcoin and use it to solve real problems every single day. You have changed the narrative. And you should be so proud of that. Because everyone in Europe and Asia is still talking about a world of speculation. They're still in Gordon Gekko land. And you guys are building real stuff right here. You have proven the concept, you have proven the original mission of Bitcoin, and you have changed lives around you. And I'm very proud to be a part of that process. Maxwell has minted many millionaires here in Africa, and they have taught us what we should be doing. And that's why we're here. And we're going to continue to do so with your blessing. So keep it short, guys. So this is the vision that we, how are we going to happen? We have begun engaging regulators here in Nigeria at the highest levels, and we have been very pleasantly surprised. They are very open-minded. They're not against cryptocurrency. They are not against the youth of Nigeria. They simply needed some time to figure things out. Now I'm getting some jaded looks up in here and being like, maybe no. We'll see. I remain optimistic regardless. I believe that we can incentivize all parties involved and create transparency that will wash away this stigma of corruption. And more businesses and more people will come in here. 6 years ago, no one wanted to touch Nigeria. Now every week you hear about a massive multi-$100 million funding route for Nigerian fintechs. So it is starting, guys. When I've been talking about Africa for the past 6 years, now you've got billionaires like Jack Dorsey retweeting my tweet. That's nice of him. But they know what's going on. The word is getting out. People are starting to figure out what's up, and what's up is right here. Nigeria is the Jonka of Africa for the sheer hustle and gusto. This is hustle capital of the world, and I am privileged and honored to be here. Paxful is a fully compliant American corporation. Compliance is the standard that will be set here, and yes, it does tend to slow things down in the beginning. But again, we are confident we can work it all out. We had an absolutely warm meeting with the EFCC here in Nigeria. We understood each other. These are very bright people that you have in this country on the regulatory side, and they are working to figure things out. And things will be figured out. There's only a matter of time before this ban is lifted. And all this OTC volume that's happening on WhatsApp right now is eventually going to come into the white. KYC is not a problem here in Nigeria. How many people here have a problem KYC? No one, right? You have to KYC here just to get a SIM card, right? Beautiful. I'm going to argue against that. The vast majority, like 99.9% of all the crypto volume that happens here is all legitimate use cases. And I will repeat this to the day I die. That is the absolute truth. It is good, clean business. The future is very bright. You should all be very proud. Before I end, I will summarize it. There are 7 use cases for any kind of money, cryptocurrency included, right? And every technology begins in the gray, right? And we're way out of that right now. Silk Road is a thing of the past. Then the speculation, right? Speculative phase. That's still the dominant narrative in the West, but Nigeria is changing that. But then we get to the 5 true use cases of crypto, which are payments, remittance, wealth preservation, commerce, and social good. And we are making inroads on all of them, thanks to the Nigerian people and the example they have set. We just finished our 6th school in Kaduna State, 6th school in Africa. Our first schools were in Rwanda, Kenya, and we just built 2 schools here in Kaduna State, a nursery school and a primary school, and a well as well. Our mission is to build 100 schools across Africa and the emerging world. Do so with company money. Why? Because we believe giving back should be a central pillar of every for-profit company's ethos. And if we can convince everyone else that giving back can be profitable, you're going to see this happening a lot more. And we've just opened up a Pax Niger Educational Center in Abuja. So now you can send your mother over. If she wants to learn what this Bitcoin thing is all about, she can come right on down. She can meet exceptionally talented, enthusiastic, warm people that will explain to them with patience how they can use this thing to help themselves. I met at my very first Bitcoin meetup. That's where I met my co-founder. He's right there, Artur Shabak. And I'm sure many of you will meet your co-founders at these events. It's life-changing, guys. You can go from 0 to 1 just like that, but you got to get out there. So I'd encourage everyone to go. We'll be opening up another Bitcoin Center here, Pax Niger Lagos, soon, God willing. We invite you all to come. We have an amazing team here on the ground, and we're just starting, guys. Everyone's looking at Nigeria right now. They're trying to figure out what's going on over here. How did this country rise up so fast to lead the entire world? They're saying numbers like, oh, it must be 30% of Nigerians that have cryptocurrency. And our experience on the ground is nowhere near that number. It's less than 1%. It's just the quality of that 1% is so immense that they can drive so much change. Imagine when it really is 30%. Imagine when all your family members are using cryptocurrencies, even if they don't realize it, they're still using it. Imagine if your mother is able to use it. Imagine if your friends and families abroad are all using it. Imagine what will happen here. There will be no more obstacles to innovation. There will be no more obstacles to surrounding your own business. And that is wealth, that is prosperity, that is entrepreneurship-driven success. And that is why we're here. If I sum up our mission in one sentence, simple: to create wealth. That is all. What could be better than that? Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you so much, Yusuf. We have a panel that's going to follow shortly, but before then, I want to invite Obi Onyaso, the head of conferences at BusinessDay, for just a few words. Give me a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. So I just want to say a few words before the next panel, which is focused on going beyond the hype. As you all know, which Ray alluded to, the story around crypto has been mainly around speculation. Everyone knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who made enough money to retire at the age of 20. But the truth is that that isn't the real story. At BusinessDay, what we're committed to is following the real story, the story behind the story. It's all well and good to say, oh, you invested, you got in on a new coin at 10 cents, and today it's trading at $10,000. That's nice, that's sexy. But the truth is that beyond that, as Ray said, it's when you get to 30% users in Nigeria that we'll start to see the real action. And that's why we have this panel here today. I led the conferences arm at BusinessDay, and when we were putting this together, my team and I had a few questions. This is about paytech. Why crypto? And what we told them at the time was, but that's the future. That is the future. I think the best analogy to this would be if we go back to about 2001 and we look at MySpace, we look at, I don't know if anyone here remembers sites like FriendFeed. And if anyone at that point said, oh, if social media is just about high school students and college students connecting with old friends, but today social media brings down governments. Social media changes share prices. You know, social media starts all kinds of movements around the world. That is the future we see for crypto. That's the future we see for, you know, virtual assets, the type that's being pushed by Ray here, Hanu over there, and I'm sure a few other people here in this hall. That said, I also want to appreciate the number of people who are here today. When I reached out to Ray's head of communications, Christine, she told me, listen, his schedule is fully booked. But because Ray believes in Nigeria, he believes in what's going on here, he's going to move heaven and earth to make sure he's here today with Arturo. I want to appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for coming physically. At a point, she said he might have to log in virtually. I said, and eventually she made it happen and he's here today. Also want to say big thanks to Hanu. Hanu is very busy. As you all know, his company is sponsoring Big Brother Nigeria. Whatever you think about Big Brother Nigeria, they've been behind, you know, that program for a number of years. And he's made time from his schedule. He's helped his senior team and they're here to support this event physically. I also want to say big thanks to you, Hanu. Big up. Quidax is also a big sponsor of this event because it's one thing to say you're going to lend your voice, but it's the money that makes this event possible. We want to appreciate Quidax as well and everyone who's taking time. I know a lot of people are here because of this panel and some are logged in online. I'm sure you won't be let down. Thank you very much for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, everybody. Thank you, thank you. So without further ado, let's make welcome back Ray Youssef. Please, sir, back to the podium. And then coming along is, Fejiro Hanu Agboje, the CEO, founder, Patricia Technologies Limited. And then, of course, we were supposed to have the CEO of Quidax, but he's ably represented here by Ezekiel Ojewumi, the head corporate comms Quidax. Let's make welcome Ezekiel. And moderating this panel is Chimezie Chuta, the founder coordinator Blockchain Nigeria User Group. Okay, please give me a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Once again, it's a great privilege and honor to moderate this fantastic session. And incidentally, I'm sharing the floor with my boss, Ray Youssef. For my boss, I was once a staff of Paxful. These gentlemen are very well known to me. Apoje, thanks for being here. Izzy, it's nice to have you here. All right. We'll start with a brief intro, and I think we'll best start with Izzy. Briefly tell us about yourself, about Quidax, what you do at Quidax, and what Quidax does in the payment tech industry.
Okay, hi, can you, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ezekiel Ojaumi. I head marketing and communications at Quidax. Quidax is a cryptocurrency exchange, or we started as a cryptocurrency exchange in 2018, August 2018, when we first launched. So this is actually our third year. So this month makes it 3 years since we've been in business. And when we first started, the initial plan was Quidax was just going to be a cryptocurrency exchange. So you could simply just go to Quidax, buy and sell Bitcoin and any other cryptocurrencies. But over time, we found out a couple of things that people could do more with just Bitcoin. And then first, we first came out with a cryptocurrency API that enabled businesses to be able to connect to our API and serve other customers. So if today you were trying to sell Bitcoin to somebody else, as a business, you could connect to our API and do the same thing. If you were an investment company today, you could also do that. Yesterday today, banks decided to start enabling their people to save in cryptocurrency. Our API enables that to happen. So we created that crypto API for that to happen. And we had a couple of startups beginning of the year and ending of last year to use the API. The second thing that the API also enabled people to do is with remittance as well. When people talk about being able to send money in and out of Nigeria, it's tough. And then for some people, they don't understand how to use cryptocurrencies. And our API enabled that to happen. Now, without even touching cryptocurrency, you could send money from Nigeria to anywhere in the world using the crypto API, using your normal fintech. And that's what our API enabled people to do. And then also, we also added other services as well, which is we're adding DeFi as well, to enable to be able to invest in cryptocurrency and also save as well. So that's what we've done in the past 3 years. And it's been an amazing journey so far. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that brief and concise intro of Quidax. Aboji, Patricia just pumped out from just almost nowhere for some people who are not in crypto space, and you're doing great things. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the business of Patricia?
Definitely. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me. BusinessDay, thank you for having us. My name is Fejiro Hanu Agboje. I'm the founder and CEO of Patricia, Chief Do the Most Officer. Patricia, we are a crypto-based company, and we are looking towards the future. And our singular mission is making cryptocurrency easy. So there's a lot of clutter around cryptocurrency. What is it? How does it work? How can I make money off it? Is it traceable? And all the chatter around it. So for Patricia, our mission is to make it easy. And we've successfully done that over the years. We're 4 years, turned 4 years, 2 weeks ago, had a wonderful event. And we like to do things different. You know, we believe that innovation is at the core of everything we do, and we put our money where our mouth is. We launched the first ever Bitcoin debit card in Africa, which was amazing. We were the first company to introduce refill services into cryptocurrency. So basically, before now, you could only buy and sell crypto. But where's the fun in that? You know, today on Patricia, you can buy airtime with crypto, pay for DSTV subscriptions. You could do whatever, buy gift cards with cryptocurrency. And that's what makes it and what makes us special, building around use cases around the supposedly high up currency, because we believe that there's going to be a long transitional phase before traditional banks and the world at large would adopt cryptocurrency. You know, we have issues of regulations and this and that. But before that time, Patricia, we want to be that bridge connecting people to cryptocurrency. And we have presence in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Kenya. In Europe, we are in Estonia, we're in the UK, and we're out of Asia, in China. And we keep on expanding because the world is our oyster, the world is where we want to play at, and we dare to do mighty things. You know, Big Brother is just one of the things that the world can see. You know, there's so much we're working on. We have built a fantastic team. Leadership is 100. Working at Patricia, in case you don't know, is the best place to work. So just a small snippet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agoje. Thank you so much. Right, yeah, you just finished up a short intro of Paxful, but while you're going through a brief touch up on the intro, I want you to start this discussion with the real meat of the game, which is where does cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency transactions sit
in the paytech landscape. First of all, a lot of people sometimes they ask, is crypto fintech? You know, they ask such questions. And where do we classify them? Where do we bundle them into? So knowing what Paxful does and how it fits into the paytech industry is one of the things that can help throw light to this buggy question, right?
Yeah, it's a deep question. So when you think about crypto, most people think about speculation, right? You're buying Bitcoin, but mostly it's shit coins, right? And shit. How many people here know someone or were themselves a victim of losing money in shit coins, whether it's OneCoin or any other coin? How many? Raise your hands, honestly. Let's go. Yeah. How many people here have lost money in a mining operation or a cloud this, cloud that? Like, raise your hands. All right. Yeah. So when we spoke at a campus tour in 2019, literally everyone in the room had lost money in crypto, right? And that's what they think of when they think of crypto. They think putting your money here, you'll double, triple, whatever. That's one narrative. The other narrative is the fintech narrative of crypto, meaning the technology, right? People will use the term blockchain, but I don't really like that term. You know, talking about blockchain is like talking about the Xbox and not having any games, right? It's just an Xbox. Who cares? It's all about the games, right? It's all about what you're doing with it. And the best application of blockchain technology is Bitcoin. It is a currency that allows us to transact with any form of money anywhere in the world. So peer-to-peer platforms like Paxful, what they allow anyone to do is to get into the Bitcoin economy, to acquire the currency itself with any payment method, which is awesome. But even better is that once you have the Bitcoin, you can turn it into any other form of money in the world. So you can acquire Bitcoin with an Xbox gift card like Paxful or Patricia does. And then once you have that Bitcoin, you can sell it for a PlayStation gift card or a PayPal deposit or a bank transfer in the UK or a cash deposit in Cambodia. So what we essentially have is kind of a universal translator and transporter of money that works for everyone. That is possibly the greatest invention ever, especially when you consider the limitations that people in the global south in Africa live with. That is the narrative. And if we take that narrative to its ultimate point, really the cryptocurrency should become invisible. It shouldn't have to be in the picture. It's just a way to move money around, value around, whether it's in a gift card, in an online wallet like MTN, M-Pesa, a bank account, cash. You're able to move it around the world into any other network. That's the narrative we need to be talking about. And that's the narrative that Nigeria has pioneered. So the stronger that narrative gets, better things for all of us and the faster things will move. And for extra credit, we can talk about things like DeFi, but that's a whole other ballgame, right? But it's fun.
Wow. Thank you. I like that analogy. It's more like a liquid environment for transfer of value. Excellent. I'm coming to you, Izigo. When we talk about crypto, a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people abruptly switch off. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to get involved with it. Okay. It reminds me of a quote from Satoshi Nakamoto. He said, "I don't have time to explain it to you if you don't believe it, because that's your choice." He doesn't have time to do those explanations. And we have seen that in spite of the fact that there is no company behind it driving an adoption of Bitcoin, is going mainstream big time. And, that's because of some reasons. And that's why I want to talk to you, Izzy. What fundamental problems were existing in traditional financial systems that cryptocurrencies generally, and especially Bitcoin, stepped in to solve? And why is it more prevalent among the youthful populace all over the world? Can we hear your perspective there?
Okay, thank you for that. I will take a perspective from Quidax in terms of how, because we've had several surveys ask, because when we first started and we saw transactions happening, we were wondering, so what are people actually doing with cryptocurrency in Nigeria? And then we asked a couple of our customers. One of the things we saw at the time was that as much as speculation happens a lot, but for people, for some of them, it was investing in cryptocurrency. So yes, just invest in cryptocurrency because at first that's what everybody talks about. But beyond that, when we dig deeper into it, we saw that someone was saying, oh, he was trying to send money he was trying to pay his hospital bill. And in normal, they're using financial system to probably take about 3 days to get the money in, 3 days to get the money in. And then he used crypto to send that money out. And in under an hour, so he was able to pay a hospital bill because he said, oh, his wife or something was sick and he needed that sorted out. So because he was able to send money in less than 1 hour to somebody and convert that money to Naira, he sorted out an issue that could have ended up in someone maybe dying. So that's one big use case. And at the heart of Bitcoin is a case of being able to send money as quickly as possible to anybody, anywhere in the world. And that's one of the things we believe at Quidax. Another use case is being able to pay for stuff in cryptocurrency. A lot of times I've also tried, and I think we had also mentioned as well, is that trying to pay for something can be very tough, especially if you're in Nigeria and then now you have limits on a dollar card. There's amount of dollar in which you could spend. Maybe for some people, it's about $100. So if you wanted to make transactions, it's going to be tough to do that. And that's why we came up. That's why crypto does that. You can pay for stuff. And we've seen in the past year, the number of businesses that have come to Quidax and say, oh, I have partners in China. I need to pay for stuff. And these are companies that spend a lot of money, but they cannot use, sometimes going to the bank takes a lot of, it could take maybe a couple of days and all that, and you don't want to go to the banking system, not because you are trying to be dubious or is something fishy about it, no, but because of the amount of times and maybe access to the amount you want. So with crypto, we've seen businesses get crypto from us and use that to pay for their partners. You'd have to pay employees in other countries, and it's faster and it's easier to use. So at the heart of it, one, it's remittance. Send money anywhere in the world in actual fact, it's less than 10 minutes, but let's say give or take 1 hour. The second thing is payments. You can pay anybody and receive payments, and it's fantastic and it's easy. Over time, what people have said is, okay, crypto seems hard and difficult to use because we begin to hear blockchain, we begin to hear crypto wallet address, we begin to hear confirmations, and it can get confusing. But where we are at today in the cryptocurrency stage is that think about it as when car first started. You get, when people started using the car, not a lot of people understood how to drive a car. And that's fine. You get, first of all, in building a car, it starts with a mechanic. You get, there's just a few mechanics and not a lot of mechanics. So we don't expect everybody to be a mechanic. However, at the end of the day, anybody can drive a car. Where we are in crypto today is the case whereby a lot of us, you could say, are mechanics. We are creating a world whereby it'd be easy for anybody to step into a car and drive that car. They don't need to know what are the components that entered into that car. But at the end of the day, that I get into that car, I can take me from point A to point B and I would get there. And that's where we are today. And we would crypto will make it faster and easier in the next 5 years. And that's what we believe.
Brilliant. Brilliant, man. Oje, I know you have some other use cases that drives crypto use across your platforms. And why I want you to add to what Izzy talked about. I want you to perceive a situation where Nigerian banks begin to or get authorization from policy making bodies and regulators to permit them to get into this type of crypto businesses that you guys are doing. I mean, running exchanges, enabling crypto remittances and all that. How do you think crypto-based companies will react when banks begin to come into this? Because we have seen things like this already happening in the West. I mean, in the US, you have Goldman Sachs, you have some other big companies having authorization to allow their customers of certain grade to, access cryptocurrency investment opportunities or assets.
Well, I would say it wouldn't matter to us, really, because look at today's society. We have traditional banks and we have the fintech banks, challenger banks, and everybody is coexisting, and it's fine. So if the regulatory bodies or the government decides the banks become exchanges or perform the same services that we do, it's going to be a game of innovation. It's going to be a game of who has the better idea and who the public, affiliates with most. And I will tell you for free that, Patricia, we are a lifestyle fintech brand. Really, we're very intentional in how we move and how we want to be perceived and how we want to brand the company to look like, and that is what has given us the edge over these years. So as long as they allow it, that's what's most important. If the whole world wants to join in, perfect, but they should allow it. We know what we're made of.
All right. Thank you for that response. And I come back to you, Ray. Recently, I think around March this year, the central bank placed a service restriction of crypto-based companies from accessing banking services and prohibited banks and other financial services companies from providing banking services to crypto-based companies. I know that somehow Paxo businesses were also affected in that way. But my question is, what lessons do you think that crypto-based companies should learn from these, I will call it technological, it's almost as though the central bank bullied the crypto companies into submission through that memo. So what lesson do you think the crypto-based companies should learn from that incident? And how can they buffer themselves against such occurrences from policymakers and regulators in the immediate future and almost also in the long term?
Lessons that cryptocurrency companies should be learning are the lessons that we all need to be learning. The restrictions by the central bank are nothing new. Nigerians have been under restrictions from the IMF and BIS and every other Western organization for the past 100 years. So is the entirety of Africa. So is the entirety of the global South. Our money here is not as good as their money over there. Within 4 years, every single country in the world could be rich and wealthy if they just used their power to create money and balanced it with the potential of work that can be created. But they can't do that because they have a gun to their head. We're living in a world right now where they put restrictions on our ability to breathe. Y'all wearing masks out there, right? It's getting tighter and tighter by the day. Not just with money, but with everything. And they literally don't want us to breathe. Like, how much worse can it get? It's going to get worse. So the only lesson we need to learn is we better pick our game up. It is time to bring the A game. If we don't, our children are going to be paying a price far worse than we can imagine. It's that serious right now. And I'm just talking about CBN. Whatever rules they pass in finance and technology don't mean a damn thing. This is a spiritual struggle. And we must get the money problem sorted first, or no other problems can be fixed. And that's the lesson that I've learned in my life. Egyptian Revolution, yes, I was there in Tahrir Square. From Occupy Wall Street, yes, I was there, and I saw the whole thing taken over. Nothing else matters unless we solve the money problems. We have to start working together. We have to start being more strong with our voice, talking to our friends and family, making the point clear with passion, not taking no for an answer, and finding a way to do everything. And again, unity, always unity. We all have to work together. There's some amazing builders in this country, in this continent, in this world. Start working together, folks. The battle is real. And one day at a time, we're going to win it. Got to.
Wow, I think he deserves a round of applause for that one there. He deserves it. Yeah, we believe in the liberty that crypto and Bitcoin brings in. But again, you know, the regulatory agencies and authorities that are created by governments, the policies they make, whether or not they are made in the light of, you know, protecting the citizens genuinely or to favor their friends, it's a discussion for another day. But from our perspective as industry practitioners, we strongly believe that regulations and policy making are integral when it comes to adoption, especially mass adoption. And that's why we, as industry practitioners, we welcome regulatory agencies and we welcome their policies, their strategies. We welcome them because we're a society of humans governed by laws. Now, I'll come back to you, Ezekiel. I don't know how much you know about the efforts that the industry has, you know, done in interfacing with regulatory agencies and policymakers. But from your opinion, what regulatory or policy frameworks do you think that our government regulatory agencies and policymakers need to put in place to enable the environment to, you know, create an atmosphere that can allow this technology to grow so that people can be free to innovate and not be afraid that one agency or the other may charge them for one wrongdoing or the other? What do you think they should do?
I think the first thing is just pick up your phone and just speak to us. I think that's the first thing you can do. Because a lot of times what happens is sometimes regulation comes first before conversation starts, which is what has happened not just in crypto, but across Nigeria, fintech space as well. So I think first space is we need to have communication with them. And following what happened in February, we've had several conversations with the SEC and the CBN as well. And some of those conversations are very positive and we expect them to yield fruit soon. But I think, yes, as I said, first stage is once have a conversation with us, we can both have an agreement on what we can do. The second phase is KYC, which is typical across most banks and fintech companies. And there's nobody prior to February, almost every crypto company that I know in Nigeria had KYC. So extending the KYC that banks have today to cryptocurrency companies can help, because I think one of the biggest concerns they had was, oh, they're not sure people are using cryptocurrency for fraud. And with KYC, that helps to resolve all that. Today we have BVN, today we have N9, and we have passports as well, if you need to do that. So it's not a problem of KYC. We know a lot of people that want to do KYC. Most of our customers today do their KYC once they sign up. So once they have conversations with us, they can talk us what it is that people need to do before they buy cryptocurrency. That's KYC. Then the third thing is they can say, okay, can we decide to put certain kinds of limitations to the amount of cryptocurrency that you want? We are obviously not a fan of doing that, but we believe that for the world of cryptocurrency adoption to happen, the regulators need to come in. One, because a lot of times people are confused. One, a lot of people would not trust cryptocurrency because I see about this, I'm confused. Why would I, in quotes, maybe buy cryptocurrency, or would I use it as payments? And when we have them behind us, they understand, okay, because CBN has said I can trust cryptocurrency, then I'll buy my first cryptocurrency as well. So once we have three things, just go over again. One, have a conversation with us. Two, put policies in place, and KYC is the beginning of that. And three, let people know what do they need to do to be able to buy cryptocurrency. Similar to, let's say, pensions, for instance, today, there are 3 or 4 pension crises in Nigeria today, and the amount of which assets, how much is invested in your, depends on your age. So for instance, if you are aged about 49 and below, they would invest about 60% into risky assets. Same thing as well. If you set and say maybe a certain amount, you can decide, okay, this is the amount of crypto you can invest in. And if they want to do that, that's fine, because we are open to those conversations. Obviously, we don't think that's the best way to go, but it's important that the policymakers step in and start having conversations with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. Conversation is the way to go. Yeah, my brother Agboji, I want to get your opinion on this one, because here we are, we had cryptos and everybody was doing well, and we thought that soon it's going to go mainstream, and CBN came up with the service restrictions. And the next thing we got to know was that the CBN was now on the verge of launching a central bank digital currency, eNaira. Okay, so they have this project, eNaira project, that they are driving. I think the tentative date for the launch is 1st of October. Now, from your opinion and your perspective, do you think that this is going to be a plus for cryptocurrency usage and adoption generally? And is it going to in any way create more awareness for the industry per se? And how do you think the ecosystem of cryptoverse will be affected by the arrival of the central bank digital currency eNaira?
Well, I applaud the initiative, really. It goes to say that the central bank is forward thinking. Nigeria would not be the first country in the world to create a central bank digital currency. And I think it's going to increase the adoption in so many ways, because firstly, they now understand this technology. Before you can create it, you have to understand it. So the central bank understand how it works. And the eNaira, I've come across the framework a couple of times. We've been in the committees, we've had the sessions with the banks and with the regulatory is around the same topic. And it looks really good, It's going to increase adoption. The banks are going to be on it. The DMBs are also going to be on it. The exchanges will come at a later date. So we are really optimistic, because we feel after the launch of the eNaira, we're going to see positive change towards the general regulatory framework of cryptocurrencies in Nigeria, because at the end of the day, eNaira is
we need that for that until October 1st, and its usage, and it looks as though it's all glory and all fantastic in terms of usage. But the naysayers don't think so. I mean, there are a lot of people who have alternative or have contrary opinion about these cryptocurrencies. And I know that in the Paxo platform, there are peculiar challenges that you also encounter from the users. And I mean, it's real. So I would like to know, from a general perspective, what are the peculiar challenges that are associated with cryptocurrency usages that make them unappealing to a lot of people? Because if it were really this fantastic, I mean, it wouldn't be difficult convincing people. And we wouldn't have government agencies raising red flags every now and then when it comes to cryptocurrency. So truthfully, where can you, what peculiarities about cryptocurrencies make them, make some people prefer to be distant from them?
How many people here would feel safe having your entire life savings on your computer? There you go. That's what crypto is. With a one password, you can literally protect or not protect your whole life savings. So how do you keep that password safe? I understand that makes you nervous. That would make me nervous too. And the truth is, you look at our platform, there's 2.5 million Africans on our platform out of 7 million. And what we notice is that it's unfortunate, but a lot of people don't use 2FA. Most people know that means that one password, which is probably your email password as well, right, is protecting all your money. And here's some more bad news. In Africa, certain forensic experts would estimate that 99% of all African websites have had their databases hacked. All the passwords and emails leaked. And yes, most of them keep them in plain text. So the chances are some hacker out there can get your Gmail password from some website you logged into 5 years ago that you forgot about. And if you use that same password to protect your cryptocurrency, well, guess what? You're in big trouble. That's the truth. So use 2FA, folks. It sounds simple, but it can make all the difference. A little thing like that. And again, it comes back to education, right? We have to educate people constantly. This is why you must use 2FA, right? There's a lot of little things like that. You know, besides the fact that there's a new coin coming out every 10 seconds, you know, whether life savings, investing in this one coin, that was huge in 2017. That lady ran off with $4 billion of people's money. That's the kind of horror stories that regulators get. They're not seeing all the success stories. They're just hearing, you know, people who are successful with cryptocurrencies. I'm sending emails to the regulator. Hey, bro, by the way, you know, I graduated from college, I was unemployed, and now I have 20 employees with this cryptocurrency money services business. They're not sending them those emails. They're sending them the horror stories. So besides security, safety, common sense, there's a lot to the game. But it all starts from basic education.
All right, education. All right, let's travel to the cloud and well, let's just assume that this world is an Uhuru. And let's assume that Nigeria were to go the way of El Salvador in adopting cryptocurrency as a regular payment, acceptable legal tender for payments. What cryptocurrency or currencies do you think Nigeria can adopt? I mean, would they choose to go with Bitcoin, or should they go with Ethereum, or should they go for Litecoin? If you were to advise maybe the lawmakers to propose to the National Assembly on a cryptocurrency that Nigeria can adopt, which will it be? And what characteristics do you think should be the underlying element that will decide such a choice? Easy, that's for you.
That's a tough question. That's tough.
You need water. Bitcoin.
It's, well, first off, I could say Bitcoin, but it's not just Bitcoin. Because there are other considerations. First off, when Bitcoin first started, Bitcoin came out solved one solution, which is sending money around the world, and it does that perfectly. The question is, what exactly is the CBN trying to solve? If the CBN is trying to solve the problem of sending money around the world as easy as possible, then Bitcoin does that. If they're looking to do more than that, then they begin to ask what other cryptocurrencies do that. Ethereum provides that to some extent. XRP also does that. So now the question is, what are you trying to solve first? And then based off that, I'll be able to tell you what cryptocurrency to use, because each cryptocurrency was created to solve a purpose. Bitcoin, if it's what CBN was trying to solve, sending money around the world, please go for Bitcoin. But if you're trying to do other things, then first identify what those things are, then you can have a conversation what cryptocurrencies to use.
Maybe you could add to it, but let's look at the dilemma of cross-border payments across West African countries and other regions in Africa. You know, for years, in fact, for decades, they've not been able to implement their vision for a single currency for West Africa when it comes to transactions. Is there any crypto currently that exists that could have helped to solve that problem? Or if there is none that exists and they want to recreate one, what characteristics should underline such new crypto creation that can help cross-border payments across Africa?
Okay, well, if Africa is trying to replicate what's already existing, mind, Bitcoin solves that, really, because Bitcoin is a store of value. It can be transferred from one point to another easily. But far more than that, I think one of the most exciting projects today on the blockchain space is Cardano, ADA. It's not mainstream yet, but it is super packed. But it's not financial advice, guys. Don't buy. I didn't say you should buy. But ADA is it's something that I believe we would see blow up in the next couple of years. For one thing, the most intriguing thing about this coin and this blockchain network for me is the interoperability of it. Basically, ADA can speak to other cryptocurrencies, and that in itself is a humongous use case. So basically, all the features on Ethereum, it's there, plus even more. So in a few years, I see the Cardano network blowing up, and it would be a very good starting point. But to answer the previous question, I'd advise the Central Bank of Nigeria to build its own coin. Yes, because we have to build our own identity. We have to build what we own, what we control, and what we can improve upon, not what is already existing. So we should build our own coin, our own blockchain, right? Based off of what is already existing, piggybacking of the essential features we see other blockchains have, and let's 10x that, let's 20x that. Let's build something remarkable and something that is truly African, that is truly Nigerian. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope they're listening because they're already issuing one already. Okay, so Ray, I come to you now because I think we have lessons. Users have lessons to learn here. Platform owners have lessons to learn. And all that you've spoken earlier about the impact of regulation, but I want to still come back to you on that to ask a peculiar question, which is, what lessons are to be learned by cryptocurrency users, regulators, and platform and media and such monopolies who were once hailed as the ushers of transparency and competition? Okay, you look at what's going on in all the crypto platforms. Many platforms also have trust issues, abuse of user data and all that. So what lessons should we learn from this? Do we want to replicate the same experiences that traditional banks that we were running away from were committing? Okay, so what lessons should platform owners learn to help this space to grow the way it's supposed to grow? That's actually where I want to go.
The lesson is use Bitcoin. Why? Because Bitcoin is decentralized, permissionless. It doesn't depend on any one exchange. If Binance goes down, if Paxos goes down, if Patricia goes down, Coinbase, whoever, Bitcoin is still there. You can move your Bitcoin off any of those marketplaces or exchanges at any time, put it onto your own private wallet, on your laptop, wherever, and you still got your Bitcoin. You cannot export your Facebook identity and traffic off of Facebook. It lives on there. You can't do that with Instagram either. It lives on there. If those platforms go down, you lose your identity there. In crypto, if any of those platforms goes down, and you're smart enough to set up and dutiful enough to set up a private wallet, your Bitcoin is safe with you. That's the beauty of this whole thing. It is permissionless. You don't need Paxos permission to use Bitcoin. You don't need Binance's permission. You don't need anyone's permission. You can use it right now. Set up a wallet on your phone or on your computer, and no one can stop you from using Bitcoin. The only way they can stop you is by shutting down the internet. That's it. That's the lesson we should be learning. This is the first time in human history that we have had a truly permissionless technology. Think about email. You can use email without Gmail, right? It's a protocol. And that's the beauty of this, is that this protocol is so big, so strong, so vibrant now, has its own community of 300 million people around the world advocating for it. Why would we not use it? Of course, a country as powerful as Nigeria should create its own cryptocurrency, Naira, whatever it might be, maybe a Pan-African currency, great. But no matter what any country does, your currency or the value of their currency can be attacked from the outside at any time. But with Bitcoin, you're not just going on it by yourself. You have a huge community of builders, innovators, influencers, evangelizers, and educators all over the world building on this thing too. It's bigger than one human, bigger than one country, bigger than one ideal. It's a movement. When you join that, it makes it much harder to stop you. That's beautiful. We're living in an age of asymmetrical warfare, and this is a truly defensive game, right? And you join the right team, easy.
Thanks. But I just have to tackle you a little bit on that, because each of you guys here, you're platform owners, and behind the security of crypto assets is ownership of private keys. Okay, because when you say that if Binance goes down, you can move your asset there, and if that, but do you grant your owners ownership of their private keys? This is QDAX, this is Patricia, this is Paxful. I would just want to get responses from each one of you. Do you?
Our wallet is custodial. The users do not have the private keys, and that's for the best right now, because users have a hard time managing just their passwords on Paxful and using 2FA. If they were to manage their own private keys and they lost them, they would have no recourse, right? So at any time, they can take their coins off Paxful and leave it on their own private wallet, which we do recommend. We already recommend you keep on Paxful what you use for trading. In the future, we do plan to offer a custodial wallet with Paxful, but I don't see much of a use for it for the mainstream. If anything, I think high volume traders would be using that. But again, with more and more education, that will change over time. And that's what centers like Pax Niger are about, educating people about the importance of holding on to their own money for themselves and giving them the confidence to do so. But it'll take a bit of time, but we've gotten started.
All right, thank you. Patricia, do you?
Patricia, we are Crypto Made Easy. That's what we stand for. So today we operate a multi-signature wallet, and we do not give users access to their private keys, and this is for good reason. And I'll tell you a short story. 2019, I got some Bitcoin, and I put it up in a wallet with the private key, and it was on my phone. 2 days later, I lost that phone, and I lost over 11 BTC in 2019. Now imagine how much money that would be today if I could just go on my email and just hit a reset button. So we look out for our users, and we find good use cases with which we can serve our users. It's kind of like when Henry Ford said, if I asked the users what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So yeah.
All right, Easy. Do you?
So no, we don't give customers access to the private keys per se, but one of the key things that it's very important for us is that when I first spoke about where we are in terms of cryptocurrency, and there are a lot of terms that are thrown around, people don't yet understand cryptocurrency. Giving them that much access to private keys increases the risk, because first of all, I don't even understand what private keys are. If you start with, I don't know how many people here understand what private keys are. So just maybe one person understand what private keys are. So that's difficult. So one reason why we hold private keys, and it's because it's easier for us to be able to do that on ourselves. And because we also have security in our team, we have a huge team that does all of that. There's no need to put that burden on our customers, because that would mean if anything ever happens, they'll come back and tell you, our customers come back and say, oh, this is what happened, or I missed the key. And they would ask if there's anything I do. We don't want stories that touch. We want to protect you from those stories. And then
we have Christian. Okay, we have one hand up there.
Ladies.
Another one hand here. If we get two more ladies, we overrule one man. All right.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Okay.
My name is Confidence. I just want to say, just on the last note, about the private case. So there's a rich man, okay, not just a rich man, any person. All right. So you have to deal with your lawyer. You have information on assets that you have, and in writing your will, you have this confidence in your lawyer to protect the information that at the time when it's needed, the lawyer can come and solve anything regarding dispute. So that's when this man has gone or died. Let me use the word died. So private keys should not be a problem, because as much as we can trust a human, a lawyer who can also die, even before the real person who has the will dies. So we should not fear to trust something that is stored over the cloud, because we can't get it wrong there. So even if Patricia, for example, dies down, the cloud will not die. So we go back to oh yes, and also for customer relationship management. When it gets to the point where there is a problem on, like what Hannah said, so you will need some backup. So that should not be a problem. And I think that's one of the fear with central bank. So central bank is having the problem with we're going to give power to these people, because that I think, for me, that's my own thought, that they are having this fear of giving these guys power to run something on their behalf. So for me, I would say that central bank needs to think beyond now. They need to think beyond solving the problem, the monetary transaction problem in this current time, which will accommodate the future. So if their goal is to create wealth for not just us now, but for the younger generations coming afterwards, I think that the central bank needs to have a heart-to-heart talk, and put away fear and selfish thinking, and see to these people, because there is a market here. So that market is this: how can we benefit our people? How can the younger generation, because right now, young people, we are doing beyond going to the physical banks. So we are doing things that we're buying stuff up over the Atlantic Oceans, and we're trading on Bitcoins, and these things are easy. So if they want to solve easy monetary transactions in Nigeria, I think they should have a talk. Let's take away all the agbadas and all the orders. Let's sit down and say, what exactly are these people offering? And how can we, they can have their power. Yes, so just like Hanu said, can CBN have their own coin? But there's another clause to that. CBN having their own coin is still what we are seeing, because we need humans with intellectual prowess to push these things. So can we work with what is existing now? And then let's talk about what the power is there. They have the power. These guys can't take away the power from them, because everything will be on pen and biro and paper. So the thing is that let's CBN sit down with these young people. There is wealth in cryptocurrency. And as far as I'm concerned, however they want to do it, we are getting to that point where social media will speak.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Round of applause for her, please.
Yes, sir.
So we have a young man at the back there that raised his hand. Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm a consultant with the Bank of Industry's Growth Platform. So my question is is directed to everyone. I have a question, and that question is directed to everyone. Who's your target customer? So I know that we're all chasing the proverbial bag, right? At the core of cryptocurrency is wealth generation. But then the Nigerian landscape shows that over 80% of our workforce is fed by the small guy, the guy at the market, the MSME, the market trader, that small woman that is selling your tomatoes by the roadside and has been using the fish she has been selling to send her children to school. So is there anything? I know that Ezekiel mentioned something about the fact that we are currently in the engineering phase, and there are few, and I believe that you're seated here. There are few of those engineers that currently exist and are good. So I'm just wondering, are there any intentional steps you are taking towards these market women? And I know this might be a long shot. Maybe it's an advocacy thing I'm doing. But is there any intentional effort you are taking towards that? Making sure that a market trader, because I believe if you really do want this to be successful in Nigeria, then all Nigerians should be able to access it. And if that doesn't exist, then let's have a conversation on building something. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, just one moment before you take the next question. All right. I think crypto made easy. Have you thought about something like this? Tell us how Patricia is helping to solve that. All right.
Elizabeth, wonderful question. You literally went down to the ethos of why we exist at Patricia. So for us, it's inclusivity. I'll give you a use case. There is a mother who came to our experience center. She is 52, and she got locked out of her account. And she came into the office to get her password reset. Usually she could have done that online, but she's 52. So she came into the office and I happened to just walk in at the same time. And I was like, you use Patricia? She was like, yeah, she does. To do what? She has kids in America who she buys it from Patricia, sends to them via Cash App, and they convert it to dollars. That is the use case for cryptocurrency. And that is why we exist as Patricia. Crypto made easy. Now to the market women and the informal sector in quotes, the first thing there is sensitization. They need to understand that this even exists. And the next thing is education. And that is why we are very deliberate as Patricia with how we come out to the world. For example, Big Brother Nigeria, in case in point, everybody now knows about Patricia, everybody knows about cryptocurrency. And that is the first step. Right? They understand what it is, they hear about it. The next thing is they understand it, they see the real life use cases. Oh, I can now buy airtime with Bitcoin. I can now pay for my DSTV with Bitcoin. And these are how we are actively working towards making the financial inclusion. You see, everybody today talks about banking the unbanked, but it's going to be a long journey. Right, but at Patricia, we want to be at the forefront of that when it happens, and we've already laid the foundations towards that. Thank you.
All right, just one more question. Thank you so much for that response. One more question.
Just one more question.
Practically out of time, please.
No, not you, of course. You're my colleague.
Hello, everyone. My name is Temisa Akapa. I'm a product manager at BusinessDay HQ. So my question particularly goes to...
Sorry, at where?
BusinessDay. My question particularly goes to Ray of Paxful. So prior to the CBN ban on banks and crypto, I want to know how was their operation, particularly because he's a major advocate of the Nigerian market when it comes to the crypto space. Like, how was their market, being that their core product, which is their primary use case, is peer-to-peer. So what was it like before the ban? And now that the CBDC is coming out sometime in September and October, and let's say that enhances the CBN to allow banks and other fintech services like Flutterwave to facilitate direct purchase of Bitcoin, what is their ultimate goal after that? Because people will have to migrate from using direct peer-to-peer services to traditional purchase of crypto. And I think it really affects which is their primary product.
Can you get the microphone to him? Okay. Ray? The question was directed to you.
Could you summarize the question again, please? 1 second.
Let me quickly summarize for you. He's asking of Paxful's business before CBN service restriction, meaning that banks are now enabled to use their banking services to enable customers access crypto-based assets or through third-party integration firms like Flutterwave. What plans does Paxful have to remain in business? In a nutshell, that's what it's asking.
So Paxful is peer-to-peer. We don't have any bank accounts. It's like Uber doesn't have any cars, yet they still are in business. So when the CBN came into effect, our business actually went up. Our users that do have those bank accounts when we're using them to trade would have to play kind of Russian roulette with their bank accounts, which is unfortunate. But as far as Paxful goes, we're peer-to-peer, and peer-to-peer can not be stopped, right? So Paxful only grew. As far as the future goes, and what Paxful is planning to do, eventually, everyone in peer-to-peer will have to their own relationships as far as fiat ramps on and off, more off than on, actually. Off ramps meaning turning the cryptocurrency into local cash in bank accounts, or topping up your mobile accounts like Hannah was talking about. Why is that important? Because that's more things to do. Now, it's all about what can I do with the Bitcoin when I have it? Right? What can we do with it? What is it actually good for? And that's what we call technically off-ramps. So Paxful is turning more into Amazon than eBay. Now we're doing it in a careful manner so we don't really compete or cannibalize our current marketplace. We don't want to cut in on the people that offer liquidity in our marketplace, but what we want to do is serve our customers better with guaranteed liquidity, with exceptional speed and service. And that means automation. So yes, Paxful is aggressively building relationships with banking partners, telcos, online wallets, and all manner of service providers to extend the service and functional footprint of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency into people's everyday lives, including all those POS people.
All right, thank you so much. I think we've had a nice time. You believe with me that it has been a very engaging session. I want you to put your hands together for all the panelists. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one last panel, and then we'll be done after the group photograph. What is going on? Still remember, we have a brochure that you can download. The information is on the screen. So the next panel is titled Stick and Carrot. It all speaks to what the two panels have addressed. So stick and carrot, walking the tightrope between regulation and innovation. Walking the tightrope within regulation and innovation. And on this panel, we have speakers from the EFCC. We have speakers from different industries. Right. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll move on with the speakers for the next panel. Let's make welcome Ezine Obikile, Executive Director, Payment Gateway and Infrastructure Systems Spec. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Welcome, Ma. Then let's make welcome Olariwaju Olumide, Partner, Head, Corporate Finance and Business Advisory, CFB, Team Akiti Partners. Finance and Business Advisory Team, Acuity Partners. Sorry about that. Then Jay Alabraba, co-founder and director of business development, PAGA, chairman, Association of Licensed Mobile Payment Operators. I think he's joining us online via the web. The next person also joining us online is Matthew Ani, Chief Information Security Officer, Global Accelerex Limited. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Then we have representing the Zonal Commander of the EFCC Lagos Zonal Office is ASE1 Bright Chinwotutu Anyao. Let's give me a round of applause. And moderating this panel is Damilola Salau, Partner, Technology, Innovation, and FinTech Practice. Olaniwon Ajayi, LP, is our moderator. Thank you very much.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, my co-panelists. We've been given a very difficult task to run the panel for the last session of the day. As you can see, people are tired, but we'll do our best to do justice to the topic, which is stick and carrot, walking the tightrope of innovation and regulation. Okay, I think we have. Okay, so I think we have our full panel here. And just so that just before we go ahead, I think the first thing I'd like to start with, and it's interesting that we are coming after the last panel, which looked at the impact of the CBN directive in relation to crypto. Just taking things from there, I just want to call for opening remarks from everyone. I'm going to start with Isine, being the only lady in our midst. Isine, what do you think about what the most recent developments have been, in the fintech or paytech space as may be, particularly in light of what the CBN and other regulators like the CBN have done, in relation to the landscape? What are your general thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for having us, and I must thank BusinessDay for organizing this conference, quite timely on very topical subjects. That said, we've all witnessed the growth in the industry, and the industry continues to grow, 2-point-something billion transactions. Can you hear me?
I think people can at the back.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks. The growth we've seen largely has been attributed to the growing demand in response to the restrictions around cash and, of course, the COVID pandemic. Just like the cashless policy, we find that major regulations basically create opportunity. We saw this play out in the case of TSA, powered by Remitter, and so many other innovations around mobile, POS, etc. And we all agree that this has radically transformed the financial landscape. Just like in the cashless, like I said earlier, the crypto, which is what is trending now, analysts have said that the ban will lead the affected players to explore innovative options of trading. And basically, the CBN, on the other hand, is also trying to issue a national digital currency that will enable Nigerians play safely in the emerging crypto market. So for me, I think these are interesting times. There are challenges, but they call for innovation. And like every other innovation we've had in the industry, there's always been challenges from regulation. Everybody will try to respond to it. And at the end, we end up with a more vibrant and more opportunities for everybody at the end of the day. So for me, I think that these are opportunities and we are waiting to enjoy the ride as we go along. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, isn't it? Larry, just your opening remarks. What do you think about the landscape today? Do you think it's enabling? Do you think it's enabling? Do you think it's strangling? What do you think? Just generally, the environment, and isn't it says it's full of opportunities? What do you think?
Okay, so first I would like to thank BusinessDay for having us here. BusinessDay, sorry, forgive me. BusinessDay for having us here. What I think about the landscape, the regulatory landscape, frankly, I try to avoid having that conversation in the public. Reason being, I don't think our opinion goes with the narrative we see on social media and on everywhere we have this conversation. So I think we shouldn't box it into whether the regulatory landscape is enabling or is restrictive. I don't even like getting into that. When we get into picking one of those two sides, we're already boxing it in there. I try not to, because I think we're at a stage where it's still evolving. And when regulations are evolving, one single regulation can swing both ways. A typical example is the one, I think last year there was a license categorization.
Circular.
Yeah, circular for payment system, for Nigerian payment systems. And in that same circular, there was a lot of praises given to the CBN because they cleared the blurry lines between MMO license, PSS license. It was a nice regulation. For some, it was enabling. Yeah. That same regulation gave minimum capital entry ranging up to 2 billion. That's not enabling. That's a bit. So when you're at the stage where a sector is evolving, I think it's too early to approach it from an enabling or a restrictive angle. We should just watch it evolve. What I think is certain about the regulatory landscape in fintech and paytech now is where the regulators are focused on, which can be a problem, is that they seem to be focused on regulating the service providers as against regulating the process itself.
Yes.
So an instance is the MMO circular, the one on mobile money services, where a regulator expressly tells you we are giving licenses to financial institutions or non-financial institutions, and they tell you in black and white, except telcos. It means that problem is not the payment process. Their problem is the provider. And if we try to regulate only the provider without the process, we are shutting the doors. In a space where telco literally has the infrastructure that needs to help our financial inclusion, we're already behind. I think CBN in December said they couldn't reach their 80% target of financial inclusion, and you're shutting out telcos because they are not in your space as a provider. So I think the landscape is just problematic because we are looking at the providers and not the process itself.
So Larry, from your perspective, the way the regulator is looking at the ecosystem, it's focused more on the players,
exactly,
and not the process destination. Okay, I'm going to swing over to bring Jay. I hope you can hear me loud and clear, Jay. Just in your 1 minute remark, can you tell us what are your own views about the way things are looking like in the ecosystem?
Thanks, Damilola. Thanks to BusinessDay for hosting this session. I'm glad to be here, even though virtually. I align very well with parts of what Larry said, right? I do think it's a very fast evolving landscape. And the truth of the matter, if we want to accept it or not, is that everyone is learning as we're going along, right? This is new for the CBN, this is new for the operators, this is new for the market and the industry. And I would say we have a couple of things working in our favor. First of all, I would agree that characterizing something as restrictive or not restrictive or enabling blanketly is not useful. I think there are aspects of everything that work in people's favor versus other people's favor. He used the MMO recent framework revision as an example. There are several things in there that, as an MMO operator myself, and also chairing the AMPO association, there were several things in there that made us jump for joy, right? Things we've been asking the CBN to implement for a while. But there's some things in there that also had us scratching our heads, and we want to talk with the CBN about. I think one thing we should be thankful for is that the central bank, as we have it today, does listen. In many cases, they don't agree with what the industry is asking for, but it's usually a dialogue, which is an advantage that we have. So I'll leave it at that. I would say, not restrictive necessarily. I think it's a complex environment we're operating in, and central bank is learning alongside the operators as well.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Jay. So before I come back to Matthew, I just wanted to ask, would you say that, because I know you work with the EFCC, would you say that the approach so far has been more about trying to find a balance? I know Larry has said they're looking more at the players more than the process, but do you think there's an effort to, and maybe not to as we may all prefer, but do you think there's an effort to find a balance between the market, protecting consumers, enabling innovation and all of that? What do you think?
Okay, thank you so much for that. First of all, we have to understand the problem. The basic concern of regulators is making sure that stakeholders are secured, their interests, making sure that the system does not advance the cause of money laundering or terrorism financing. So this is the interest of every concerned regulator. So all actions that have been taken to this regard is to address some of those issues. For instance, the Bank and Other Financial Institutions Act, I think sections 57, section 67, subsection 2I, clearly brings payment service solutions, mobile money operators under the regulation of the CBN. What is the interest of the Economic and Financial Crime Commission? By virtue of these powers conferred in our act, we are in charge of enforcing all the provisions in the Bank and Other Financial Institutions Act. So we want to make sure, as much as these innovations are good for the country, that it does not offer the criminal opportunities to manipulate the system.
Spoken like a true government man. Thank you very much. I'm going to swing final. Matthew, I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Just give us your views.
Very well. Okay. One.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Dami, are you still speaking? Okay.
No, please.
I think one thing I want us to understand truly is the commitment of the CBN. I have worked closely with the CBN team for a few years now, and I must say that they are committed to the objective of achieving financial inclusion. The how may be the challenge. The strategies may be the challenge, but as Mr. Labra submitted, see, this is an evolving system. It's an evolving institution. Every one of us is coming to play at the same time. And so even the CBN is trying to find the best way. That is why you see that it seems as if there are some form of policy somersault. There is a position today, 2, 3 months, 6 months down the line, there is a change of position. Because everyone is learning the course. Everyone is trying to look at what is the best for the general financial ecosystem. So it cannot be completely left non-restrictive. I agree that it should be strongly followed and enabled, but that level of flexibility and agility needs to be encouraged. The CBN is doing the much they can do. I know we have a lot of concern, but I know from where I stand and from the association that we have with the CBN as a company in Global Accelerx, and as an executive member in the Committee of Chief Information Security Officers of Nigerian Financial Institutions, I know there is a lot of work that the CBN is doing and they are still trying to change. And so we are looking forward to the fact that these things will eventually make the ecosystem a lot more friendly, a lot more new players coming in, and everybody will eventually be able to enjoy, the entire structure when it is fully evolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Matthew. Okay, so let me swing back to you, Izime. I know you're with System Spec. System Spec is one of the largest payment infrastructure businesses in the country today. Would you say that the regulation so far, what would you say are the biggest risks? Perhaps let's take it from that perspective. What would you say are the biggest risks for you as a business? Is it the uncertainties involved in, as Matthew said, you have what appeared to be somersaults? Is it the uncertainty? Is it the absence of it? Or is it over-regulation? What do you think is the biggest risk that you face from a regulatory perspective as a business?
Well, thank you very much. It is not unusual to find snippets of uncertainties, if you like, ambiguities, particularly in new regulations, which eventually become clear as you continue to engage with the regulator. But for me, really, the challenge I see are in the systemic issues that challenge compliance to some of these regulations, and by extension, the overall efficiency of the financial system. And I'll take the KYC, for instance. So much has been said about the KYC, and also the recently updated guide to charges by financial institutions. If you look at those two regulations, clearly you will see that the overall intention is to drive financial inclusion, to combat money laundering, and he mentioned fraud activities, and also to prevent predatory pricing in the system. These are very, very beautiful objectives. But I tell you today that obtaining and verifying KYC information is still a big challenge in the industry, particularly for those who attempt to play in the bank sector. API calls for either customer data acquisition or verification from various data custodians come at a sunk cost. What you find is that a lot of fintechs struggle. Many don't even offer their services. They cannot, say that they are profitable. But beyond the cost, you also see that a lot of times these APIs are not available, and when they are, they don't return the data in a form that is usable by the industry. So you see that clearly. The point I'm trying to make is that the big stick of KYC compliance and compliance to the regulatory charges is begging for the carrot of data availability in the industry, okay? And today we know that in Paytech, data is next to oil. Data is the oil that lubricates the wheel of innovation in the Paytech industry. And we in System Spec, we play a lot around data. We offer a lot of data driven services to our customers. And so that is why we loudly, applaud the CBN open banking regulation, which is aimed at providing data in a standardized format across the industry to all players. But beyond the regulation, we would like to see the CBN also enforce compliance, particularly by the key data providers, like we have seen in the UK and many other countries where open banking has been adopted. So that way, both the KYC becomes achievable, and most importantly, that will also aid the development of data-driven, customer-centric products that will compete anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Izime. I think I like the point you make on data availability and data being at the center of further innovation. I think that that's something that's interesting. Larry, if I could just switch to you. From a market analysis point of view, which is very close to related to data, last week, we woke up and heard about OPay's now $2 billion valuation, and the fundraise. And we continue to see investor confidence. We continue to see investors look the way of paytech companies, fintech companies, on the continent and even in Nigeria. I mean, OPay is a company that was set up about 3-4 years ago, and today they are at a $2 billion valuation. What do you think is driving this investor confidence, in spite of what we're seeing, from the regulatory corridors? Do you think what are the factors that drive them, and do you think that confidence will continue? We'll continue to see that in the near future, in spite of all that we see, around? Do you think that's going to continue?
Let me answer the second question first. It's a shorter one. I think it will continue for a long time, and that's because a lot of things drive VCs beyond just regulation. If you are looking at it from the scope of regulation, we'll get stuck with things that are going on here and people are still investing. VCs, they consider a couple of other things. I mean, a clear one in the Nigerian space right now is if you put our population growth alongside our financial inclusion plan to get to 95% by 2024, there is no way technology will not play a huge part in it. It's a no-brainer. So as a VC, you see the way the population is growing, you see the problems that are there to be solved, you see the government's plan in terms of the next 2-3 years. Technology is a big player there. You don't need an expert to push in that. So VCs think of things like that, despite every noise that people throw up. Then I think one thing that you could also pick up when talking to VCs is that they view what is going on in the fintech space, regulation-wise. They see it differently. And they see beyond the seemingly clash, if I can borrow that word, between the regulators and the tech companies. So and if I can explain it in a simple way, the regulators see fintech as first a financial service that are using technology to just aid. That's the way the regulators see it. The technology guys, the fintech companies, if you look at even most of them, 8 out of 10, look at the founders, look at their history, they are tech guys that feel we are first technology companies that are just offering some services that are financial. When you approach it from those two different angles, there is no way you won't find a clash. So when VCs come into a space and they see any company that has a balance of both, and they put it side by side with the fact that this country still has a plan and your population is growing, so there's no way you will not still see VCs come in the next 5-10 years. It's almost impossible not to see money pumped in at the rate in which it's coming in. Beyond that, there are many other factors. I mean, how good is the board? How good your corporate governance structure is? So that's if we just stay at the regulatory aspect, it looks blurry, but there are a lot of things beyond that.
Sorry to interrupt, Larry, but just on that, staying on that point, because whenever we see the market receive something from a regulator, the first thing we say is this is going to drive investors away. It's going to drive investors away. Something happens that people don't quite like, and it's not necessarily in fintech or financial services. Government does something that the market doesn't receive, positively. The first thing we say is that it's driving investors away, much needed investment. How do you balance that sentiment with what you've said, that investors will still continue to find, so long as you see those key fundamentals, they will continue to invest, they will continue to come? How do you balance that with the initial sentiment?
Yeah, so which is the last thing I said, for example, a corporate governance, a good management team. If you can see a team that will weather any regulatory storm, a VC will put in their money there. If they can see a team that is strong and flexible enough to play around the regulations and be creative, and they know your competence, they'll put their money there. Because let me borrow something from what he said, or from what I think Matthew said. We should understand first, which is what the VC knows. The major aim of a regulator is not to close up that space and crush you. It's to solve the problem. is just to guide you. If the VC can see a board, they see a management competent team that has a balance of both, and they can see how flexible you are. When people make noise, they know your team will bend around it and find a way to play in the regulatory space and still find it. So the new regulation coming on board doesn't drive them away. They've factored it into their plan when investing. That's why I said VCs don't see the things the way we see it. Like, and also don't forget, most importantly, we have a population that is growing. We have a tech and infrastructure space that doesn't seem to meet it at the moment in terms of numbers. Don't get me wrong, the fintech space is growing fast, but we are talking of the numbers in terms of how we are growing as a country. So it's an open opportunity for them.
Okay. Thanks for that, Larry. Jay, I hope you can hear me. I want to come to you for a moment. I think Larry has talked about financial inclusion and how there's still a bit of a way to go given those who are excluded today. And we see that fintech and perhaps even, agency banking, just more specifically, is likely to provide that push we need to make that, achieve those objectives, those financial inclusion objectives that the CBN has set. What do you think are the blockers, on that path? If you compare our experience in this part of the world with our brothers on the other part of the continent in East Africa, we can see clearly the gains of agency banking, or the fundamentals of agency banking in that market. What do you think we need, to provide that push for us? Just using that agency banking as a platform. What are the things we need from a push point of view? And what are the things, that's from a market perspective, and then from a regulation perspective, what can the regulator do to make it easier to achieve those objectives?
Thanks. Let me first of all just piggyback on the comment Larry made, right? I think any sensible VC or participant in the market that looks at what the regulator's role is, we realize that regulator is not there to stifle the market necessarily, right? They have goals that are typically aligned with the country to grow business and strengthen the GDP and strengthen the economy overall. And so any sensible investor will also keep in mind that ultimately a regulator who is properly engaged and understands the issues will align properly with the issues. I just wanted to add that in there. But your question around financial inclusion in Nigeria and what blockers may be being presented by the regulator, it's a fair one. I would say, first of all, any comparison to East Africa, I don't think is very useful for several reasons. Number one is that Nigeria has always had a much stronger, I would say, banking infrastructure and banking sector than any country in East Africa, probably any country even in West Africa or North Africa as well. Things like instant payments, very strong banks that have even gone multi-country, etc. And so for that reason, the needs that East Africa had, and I'm sure underlying your question there is something to do with M-Pesa, but the needs that they had in those markets are not similar to the needs that we have in Nigeria that we've ever had, right? Being able to do an instant transfer from one bank to another has been there for a while. So my sense and my feeling is that our central bank has defined very good frameworks and very good licensing guidelines that will create an economy, that should create an economy where the financial inclusion needs are being met. Clearly, we're not meeting those targets. I mean, what 64% of adults are financially served today, slightly higher than the last survey that EFINA did, but certainly not hitting the goal of 80% by the end of this year. I think those numbers have been adjusted. My sense is that it's not necessarily that the regulator has created blockers, but there are certainly definitely things that the regulator could have done better. All of them I'll mention: enforcement and compliance. As I said, I think the regulations are very good. They're not perfect. There are many things that could be tweaked and improved, but at least they're clear enough that in Nigeria is that there are many operators in the market doing things that should be under the purview of the central bank, but are simply not, right? They're not regulated, they're operating, in an uncontrolled way. And it's not only diluting the market, but probably creating some trust issues as well for those other players that are licensed and trying to stay compliant. So enforcement by the central bank, I think could be improved, and cracking down on licensed parties in the market. The central bank has a role to play, especially because of its central role as the banker to the country in digitizing payments overall. You know, government payments, you know, social payments, all these, you know, social investment programs that we have that are still using cash should be digitized, right? A lot more people will come into the formal fray, and it will drive a lot of other economic activity that will build the payments and financial services landscape. So digitization of government payments is also key. And then lastly, I think Nigerians just need confidence in what's available. Many players are in the market, not only mobile money operators, there are banks, there are microfinance banks, all these services and all these support systems are there, but people simply don't know. There are still people in Nigeria that save cash under their mattresses, right? Or are burying money in pots in their yards because they feel that's a safer place to hold it. I think that kind of trust building, awareness, sensitization will be useful. And it's something that I think the regulator, our regulator in this case, the central bank, should be able to support. So not necessarily active blockers, but I think there are areas for improvement towards driving towards the goals.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. Maybe before I go further, Matthew, I'm coming to you in a minute. Just to say that when we talk about regulator, we're not just talking about the CBN, right? CBN is there, fine. CBN is the apex regulator in the financial system, but we're also talking about other government agencies, either those responsible for enforcement, like the FCC, or those responsible for example, capital markets, like the SEC, and many others that sort of regulate products around, you know, the paytech industry. So this is not just about the CBN. This is just to set that context that we're talking about. When we say regulator, we're talking to any regulator that has oversight over activity in the paytech space. So Matthew, I want to come to you, you know, because I know you are an information security expert. Dealing with risk, what do you think are the key risk issues, you know, involved in the industry? And when you compare that with sort of regulatory interventions to try to address either standards or policies that must be put in place by players, what would you say, how well would you say those regulatory interventions have tried to remedy or provide a solution or prescribe a solution for players in combating some of those risks? Matthew, your views. I think you're muted, Matthew.
Okay, thank you again, Dami. In the last 2 years, the cybersecurity space, especially for the Nigeria financial ecosystem, had been heavily attacked with different kinds of phishing, diverse kinds of ransomware, different kinds of zero-day exploits. You know, there've been different players in the system has experienced, you know, varying degrees of vendor-induced exploits. And so the risk of introduced to the financial ecosystem by third parties significantly grew within the last 2 years. And so making it a lot more difficult for the issue of trust to be maintained, making it a lot more difficult for, you know, the average educated customer or client or player or participator in the system to completely and totally trust the system to be able to significantly protect them. Yes, the cybersecurity framework by the Apex Bank significantly laid down rules, you know, to guide every player. But like one of the speakers submitted, there are several players in the system today who are not licensed. And so who are consistently and continuously endangering other players who had gone through all the processes rigorously to ensure that they achieve both security and compliance. Because security must be at the top of the agenda, you know, for you to really settle with the challenges of compliance. And so is the framework sufficient? The answer is no. But can it serve us now? The answer is yes. So it means that as events unfold, there is need to keep, building on what the framework should represent. And the commitment by every industry player to ensure that everyone plays according to the books. The need to increase registration, licensing, and inspection of everyone in the space is also very critical. For us in Global Accelerators, one thing that we have done to be able to provide some reasonable assurance to both clients and customers, in these trying times, is to ensure that we move access control closer to where they are needed, whether it's in the cloud or at the edge, to reduce complexity and consolidate security function in an efficient manner, make our security responses more agile. See, the agility in this time is very critical because risk and exposures are consistently evolving and dynamic. So everyone who wants to ensure customer and client confidence must reasonably develop significant agility and response to incidents. So we have also significantly moved ahead to simplify our deployment strategies, our management, our policy enforcement across all channels, just to ensure that we increase customer confidence. We must all pull in the same direction if the financial inclusion objective will be achieved. Without taking care of some of these issues, it will be a major challenge. We'll just have numbers that continue to be numbers, but will never become realities. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that perspective, Matthew. So we need to pull together to achieve some of our objectives, but more critically is the fact that you say that the framework we have today is sufficient to address some of the risks that we see. And on that note, I'm going to come to you, Chimotutu. From an EFCC perspective, so we see that gone are the days where, and please permit me to say this, gone are the days where the EFCC was really looking at, traditional cases of fraud, traditional practices, maybe I should say, of fraud, obtaining by false pretenses. Now, the way innovation is going, we are seeing good guys do great things, with technology, but the corollary to that is that bad guys are also doing bad things with technology. So what are you guys at the EFCC doing? How are you staying abreast, these new ways, that addresses new ways of crime, new ways of new practices of fraud, things that follow, new practices that follow innovation? How is the EFCC staying on top of that? Let's hear your views on that.
Thank you. In the first place, the commission came into effect in 2004, and if you check that, the commission is about 17 years, and a 17-year-old boy on the street today is internet savvy. He's quite in touch with technology. So, and the EFCC is 10 times ahead of whatever fraud that anyone wants to do with our technology. So first of all, one of the things that is of prime interest to us is identifying ultimate beneficiaries of funds, whether payment or at the receiving end. And one critical thing that is affecting our country today, one of the reasons why infrastructural development is where it is today is money laundering. Many criminals achieve this by trying to make these funds, the source or the use of these funds to be too far away from them. So what do? They either go through crypto, or they can even take advantage of fintechs. And one of the greatest issues or challenge we have with fintechs is the issue of KYC. So as Madam quietly said, KYC is a critical issue. I wouldn't want to dwell much on that, but I would say the KYC we do today in Nigeria is quite far from where we want to get to. Because what happens is when customers or clients come, we give them forms, they fill and return to us. So someone who is criminally minded will give you false information. In fact, we rate those KYCs as E1. That is on a ranking of A to E, because these are customer information which they have supplied to you. However, if you give us information based on your confirmation of this information, then we can begin to rate it as B. Now, what are we doing? We have our critical partners, the financial institutions. We are in touch with them. We always liaison with them. We receive fraud alerts from them. The crypto guys, we have an understanding. In fact, the cryptocurrency that a lot of people believe is entirely anonymous is not. It's not the way it is. We have a way of fishing out all these cryptos, all these funds that are hidden in cryptos. We have a way of identifying you. And like we always say, we'll get you anywhere, anytime.
Your choice of words is very, very apt. You know, fishing out, hidden, will get you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I want us to start to bring it home. Isn't it? Can you tell us, because I want us to now just talk about, let's be more positive and let's talk about solutions. How do you think, the regulator and players like you, how do you think we can achieve that balance? We know that, I think Jay and I think Larry has said, the regulator is not trying to kill a business. They want to just make sure there's equilibrium. How, as two principal, there are three. There's the regulator, there's the players, and then the consumers and the users. From the first two, how can we achieve that balance? Do you think engagement has a role to play?
Certainly, we can collaborate better. And clearly, it is in the engagement with the regulators that they themselves will begin to understand the industry dynamics, and the feedbacks that will be gotten from such interactions will be very useful in formulating policies that are successful at the end of the day. So engagement and collaboration is very key. And lately, a lot of that is happening, but more can still happen. And next to that is, I think that largely we have all the theoretical solutions. Take the recent framework for regulatory sandbox, which is very, very noble, because what that does for the industry is that potentially disruptive innovations will be tested out in a controlled environment. So all the concerns are addressed. The CBN raises any issue or any other regulator that they might have during the course of that experiment. And then the product is launched. By so doing, a lot of user issues will have been identified, potential risks will have been mitigated, so that at the end of the day, you come out with a product that speaks to the needs of the overall payment system. So very, very great idea. But again, the challenge will be in the implementation. How long is it going to take us to implement the provisions of the regulatory sandbox? And a great idea too is to even admit unlicensed fintechs into the sandbox. I saw that in the guideline as well, which is very, very good. What that does is that it will ensure that potentially disruptive innovations are not stifled on account of lack of license. Okay, but again, that brings us to the fact that before they are even launched, you will still need to acquire the required licensing. And I think it was Larry that mentioned it, that the current categorization of payment system licensing does not lend itself to easy access to the fintechs. How many of them can afford 100 million, 500 million? So I lend my voice to the call to come up with a more friendly fintech startup innovation. A lot of these big systems we hear of today, Amazon, PayPal, they were started by people that were, under 30s, and we still have those talents locked in our universities. So how do we encourage them before they all run away overseas? So I think there's got to be a rethink and a more friendly licensing regime that will encourage younger fintechs to play within the industry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ezine. I'm hoping the regulators can hear us. So there's a call for a more temperate entry barrier to the fintech space to allow innovation thrive and to make it easy for innovators to do what they do best. Larry, just coming to you, and just keeping in that sort of line of proposing solutions. Right now, we've seen a lot of activity, just not to pick on the CBN, from the CBN, particularly in relation to the Forex market, and FX liquidity. We know Nigeria has a current FX liquidity squeeze, and that's a result of many other macroeconomic factors. But do you think Paytech can provide any solutions to that? We've talked about how it can solve financial inclusion. We've talked about how it can solve innovation and solve other wider problems. But do you think there's a use case for Paytech and FX?
Okay, so I would pick on what you said. There are many other factors involved. So I would say, for me, I would let's first admit that it's difficult for a sector to really affect the FX and the economy as a whole. I mean, a boom in the sector doesn't change everything. Oil and gas had their period, energy had a period now in which I think tech is, or finance generally, and none of them in isolation can really solve the entire problem. The government needs to just look for a way to balance it across board. But that being said, I would take on what Ezine said. If we can just give them a good playing ground, things like reduce the entry barrier, things like have more conversations with them, understand the space better. Because in this year alone, no sector has built in the FDI that fintech has built into the country. That's the truth. So if we can give them more room, and there's still a lot more grounds to cover. So give them more playing ground. Let them have more room to play and be more attractive to bring in more effects. I think that's the best they can do. Beyond that, every other thing still lies in the hands of the government. The fintech alone can't do it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that, Larry. Jay, I hope you're still there. I can't see you. I hope you can hear me, Jay.
I think it's left.
Oh, Jay may have dropped off. Okay, let's leave Jay and come back to, let me leave Jay and come to Matthew. Matthew, I hope you can hear me.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So we're seeing lots of internet fraud, going on around, on account of Paytech, right? And from your perspective, what would you say? What would you say are the strategies that you would like to see from a regulator and operator to combat, fraud on the internet, fraud using some of these platforms that we are seeing today? I mean, System Specs has a great platform. Twitter has a great platform. Many other players in the market have great platforms. What kind of strategies would you like to see deployed? Even Global Accelerex, I think, has a great platform. What kind of strategies would you like to see deployed, or what kind of strategies are you deploying as Global Accelerex, to solve some of those challenges?
Okay. Permit me to just add one line to Larry's last comment. If you look at the licensing regime prior to two years ago, we had diverse kinds of license that were in excess of 7-8 types. And you had the option of playing in any of those licenses. Then CBN felt it was a lot more confusing and decided to harmonize those licenses into 3. And that is what is informing some of the entry barriers that both Ezine and Larry had alluded to. Both submissions have their advantages, but I think that the harmonized license comes with a lot more advantages, but then to be able to ensure that anybody who had something to add to the value chain can come in, that diversification is critical. I don't know how we can achieve both and leverage each other, but both perspective is correct. A reality, and it's not just a reality in Nigeria, it's a reality across the world. The reality is that there is no absolute security. Even the most secure organizations in the world today had been breached at one time or the other. But then it is critical to continue to make significant improvement in everything that you have put in place. So one is the challenge of trust. Trust in terms of connectivity, in terms of access, in terms of permission, in terms of API security, in terms of code review, in terms of every aspect of application process from development to go live. You know, there is need to have detailed security analysis to ensure that the average ordinary man on the street is not exposed by any inefficiency of negligence of any institution in the entire payment value chain. That's one. Then two, the need to ensure that we continue to retain our best hands. Today, you see that you want to hire a security analyst. The same security analyst that you are prospecting is the same security analyst that Ezine is prospecting, and probably even Larry. So at a point, all of us are confused. The human being is trying to make best out of the situation, and it can only work for only one of us. And so it means that the other two of us still continues to look for, the resource to be able to do the job. We must find a way to make this economy encouraging and attractive. This brain drain of our young people, this massive exodus, we have to find a way to see how we can reduce it. Unfortunately, we may not be able to stop it because of the obvious realities. But we have to find a way to be able to reduce it, or else it will eventually boomerang on their economy. So that's number two. Number three, the issue of investment return must be strongly encouraged. Yes, we must continue to see these VCs make their investment in the country, make their investment in Paytech. As it stands today, it will continue to increase because a lot more intelligent Paytechs are coming. People are beginning to look at corporate governance as a serious issue and looking at it and trying to make it work for themselves. And so it's becoming a lot attractive to different foreign VCs. So the inflow will continue to come. But what becomes of the inflow? By the time 2-3 people record terrible experiences of their investment, they will begin to withdraw. So why we'll continue to fight fraud, why we continue to unify our fraud analysis. I am grateful to the CBN for the Cybersecurity Fusion Center they are trying to develop. It is going to help significantly bring together all risk areas from different institutions, and then risk advisories, come centrally, so that if one person has fallen a victim, another person also fall a victim. We can leverage each other's experience, leverage each other's tools, leverage each other's perspective to solving the same problem that affects the ecosystem. So as long as we continue to work together like this, as long as we continue to maintain a very good, stable, and purposeful system, the issue of fraud will go down. And finally, remuneration is key. If you are not significantly satisfied with the job that you do, the tendencies for you to be able to compromise your personality is there. There is this quote that everybody has a price. Yes, you may not be a thief today because of where you are, there are certain things that you may be subjected to, and you will be tempted to become a thief. So why we continue to emphasize the issue of what is ideal, of what is right in terms of views and perspective and country philosophy, we must look at the issue of remuneration. I cannot have somebody who handles a critical database for me and is a contract staff, and a contract staff without a career path, and I believe that this person cannot be compromised. I'm just practically deceiving myself. It's only a matter of time. By the time he's subjected to stress and he's offered something that looks very attractive, he naturally will bow to pressure. So as thought leaders, as senior members of different management in different organizations, we must continue to drive the issue of remuneration for it to be fair, for it to be improved, and for it to support growth. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matthew, for that very comprehensive response, 4-point response. Thanks very much for that, Matthew. Chiwachito, my last question is for you before we open the floor to members of the audience, so I'm not the only one asking questions. Mine is really more, this last question is really more about education. So what are you at the EFCC doing to educate, users of these platforms, the fintechs themselves? You mentioned that fintechs can be used to launder money. And I know you've talked about KYC, doing better KYC, but what are you doing to educate? Because I know, from a market perspective, we know that sometimes, bad guys can use the accounts of other users, to perpetrate some of this fraudulent activity, and then also use the platforms of paytech companies, fintech companies. So what are you doing just to educate people about being aware, being more security conscious, reporting suspicious activity? What kind of things are you guys at the FCC doing on that?
Okay, I must say education and enlightenment is part of the functions of the EFCC. It is specifically in our act. We carry out mass enlightenment campaigns and workshop, enlightening people on the current trends and typologies of fraud, especially this our current internet world. So in EFCC, first of all, we try to engage the critical partners, that is the top leaders of the fintechs. There are quite many, I must say, and I think there is also need to enforce the issue of license. It's actually a criminal offense. Section 58, subsection 5 of BOFIA provides for an imprisonment term of not less than 3 years and 10 million naira for running an unlicensed paytech. So we organize workshop with them.
Let those unlicensed fintechs enter this regulatory sandbox before you. Sir? I said, I hope you let the unlicensed paytechs enter the CBN regulatory sandbox before you catch them.
So we from time to time, we have workshop and seminars with them. Just 2 weeks ago, the chairman, Mr. Abdurrashid Bawa, had a meeting with all MDs of banks in our office to still strengthen the anti-corruption fight. So we have meetings with them and we'll continue to engage them. Then for the general public, our media units from time to time put up cartoons, put up enlightenment, both on print media and jingles to also create that enlightenment for people to be aware, because the truth about this is all of these things happen around us. And as part of that strategy, we have created the Ego app. So the Ego app is also offers an opportunity for people as critical stakeholders to join the fight. If you see something, you have to say something. You have to Sorosoke. Yeah. So by doing that, you will help the EFCC to achieve our mandate, because we have to take this country personal. When you understand that you are a critical stakeholder, you don't just complain at the comfort of your rooms. All of these launderers and terrorists, they live among us, and we know them. So you have to take this country personal, report any activity which appears suspicious to you. Maybe you are in the room and somebody comes back with Ghana must go. And you know there is money in the Ghana must go. You have to. So we all must see this anti-corruption campaign as a fight for all. If Nigeria is better, it will be better for us. If you imagine the number of persons that graduate from our universities without job, if you imagine the kind of potholes we have in this country, if you imagine the level of decadence that happen, the social media is another powerful tool. You have to take advantage of that, but in a very positive way to change and make impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very positive charge. On that note, I'm going to open the floor. I think we only have time for 2 questions. So I'm going to take 1 question from 1 gentleman and from 1 lady.
At the back?
Yes. Yeah. Gentleman in red, I think. Just 1 gentleman and 1 lady, except we have no lady asking a question.
Good day, everybody. My name is Owochukwu Onwebu. My question is directed to Global Accelerates. I know they are into merchant, that's to say the POS aspect. What are they doing to protect their consumers? That's the owners of these POS points against fraud. What I mean in that sense is, like has been stated, it's supposed to be expected that as a result of the COVID, the use of fintech should increase, but some of the analogies that were made showed that there were slight reduction, which is slightly based, focused mainly on cyber security, internet fraud, and all that. What are they putting in place with respect to making a liaison with the banks to ensure that issues of such are being resolved easily? Because there have been issues whereby, I beg to use some names of bank, yes, Kuda Bank, yes. It's been seen as a major place where you find out the money was moved there, and still on the issue of KYC, there is no trace. The bank doesn't know what happened after the money dropped in the Kuda Bank. What is Global Accelerates doing? And EFCC, for me, I feel they are not closer to the market woman who needs this thing so much, because that is the person that is majorly in this crisis. The learned might know what to do after that. So what is EFCC doing to go down to the market woman, and what is Global Accelerates doing to assist in fast-tracking these issues?
Is your question for Global Accelerates or EFCC?
There are 2 questions.
2 questions. Okay, Matthew, I'll let you go first.
Should we take this question and then just...
Okay, so there's no lady with a question.
Yes, there's no question.
So let's take it once more.
Lady.
So we take all the questions once.
Okay, thank you. I want to direct my question to EFCC. My personal user assessment of the EFCC is that they are not doing too well as regards the advocacy. And I have 2 ways to make my point a bit clearer.
But please to the point, sir. Just straight to the point.
Okay. Right now, EFCC is having an event in this hall. At least a single cameraman that will be attached to the man from the EFCC. I know there's official information, invitation to EFCC to come and represent the body here. It's not a bad idea. If they know EFCC is doing this, definitely the people in the fintech, which is more than 70% or 60% of the total population of Nigeria, will be well aware. EFCC is following up with what is happening in the payment technology industry. And possibility of them seeing EFCC stretching the hand of fellowship to them, then they can embrace and see what they can do Like Madam from the consultant the other time was talking about, she said this is a formative technology. Everybody is learning. We are trying to see what you can do to formulate a policy that will be much beneficial to everyone. We cannot leave them only to think and say what they can do. Let's see what we can do to formulate a policy that will be beneficial to everyone. And I think EFCC can take it up from there. I appreciate the app. And I think on Sunday it was launched. There's nothing bad in Mr. President launching the app officially, even if it has to be virtual. It will carry a lot of other weights that everybody will know, okay, from the comfort of my zone, I can report any fraudulent activities that is happening, but anonymously. So it will protect the interest of the individual that is giving you an intelligence information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So Matthew, I'll let you go first for the first question. No, Matthew's online. Matthew's online. And then Chimochi, I think both the other two questions are for you. But Matthew, please go first since you're online.
All right, thank you very much. The Global AXRX has over 100,000 terminals out there that is actively connected to NIBS and transacting. And we have continuously for the past 2 years maintained one of the highest security architecture within the Paytech system as verifiable by the regulator. I can confidently say that if you transact from a POS owned or managed by Global AXRX today, you have significant safety. And this is what I mean. If anybody at any time attempts to install anything outside what we have done, before that terminal goes to site, that terminal shuts down and will not work again until it is returned back to us. So we have implemented significant security on them that can only be managed by us. So because we are interested in people going to anywhere you have the Global AXRX logo and being confident that if you transact here, you can go home and sleep. Not that you have your card in your pocket and you start getting debit alerts. That thing can cause hypertension anytime. And so we are very committed to security. We have implemented all the expected security policies by the regulator, whether it is PCI, whether it's ISO, you know, and of course, all the expectation of card scheme, because our business is growing. You know, recently we had a very major investment in the business and we are spreading into several other countries in Africa. So we are very mindful of security and we are keeping it at the highest level. Today, we are able to tell transactions as they happen. So we have real transaction monitoring system that gives us insight into every transaction as they happen in real time, just for us to be able to provide sustainable assurance to our customers that they can trust us and they can use our terminals anywhere and then do business with peace of mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Matthew. Chimoji, the questions for you.
Okay, thank you for your question. For the POS man on the street, I think this is another reminder that you need to be cautious and you need to have that, it's better to overdo than not do at all. So KYC is also your responsibility. If you run a POS at the street, it is your responsibility to know the identity of who is doing business with you. We've had instances where someone had an identity swap. So he logged in the person's SIM card in his own phone and then transferred money to a POS, and the POS gave him cash. And the money involved here was about 2 million. So you begin to ask, what is the threshold for a POS? In fact, the POS agent had to tell the person, please wait. He brought some other POS people and even transferred further with his phone, all in a bid to make profit. And there was a bank, there's a bank just very close to that POS. In a hot afternoon, you begin to wonder, what has stopped this customer from going to the bank to transact 2 million naira with me? So this is the point where we are. We keep, from time to time, passing this information across to the Nigerian people. Part of the challenges we have, someone said on awareness, is the COVID. If you check, probably if not for COVID, we would have had more number of persons here. So we usually at every quarter do what we call anti-corruption work. Yeah. So if you do, I believe you have seen most of our staff walk around the street preaching this fight against corruption, enlightening people. We do that. But most of those enlightenment these days have been moved to the online digital media. And also, the bulk of the people engaged in internet fraud, statistics have shown that they are the youths. And the youths, most of them, you don't find them on the streets. You find them on the streets of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and all of that. So that is where we take most of this campaign to, because our campaign are target-driven. Now, on the second person that talked about the launching of the app, the Eagle app was launched by the executive chairman of EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa. That is the chairman of Africa's top flight anti-corruption agency. So I don't know how the launching of an app by Mr. President will deter people or make people not. Besides, there were representatives from the government. So I feel that is enough. I'm here representing someone. Does it mean we are not communicating? So I appreciate you and I appreciate your concern. I'm sure we are going to work, it's a work in progress and we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jimojito. And on that note, we absolutely must bring this session to an end. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the panelists to BusinessDay for the opportunity to share our views, thoughts, and experience on the critical issues. And we hope that going forward, we will see that tightrope being walked better between regulation and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Good afternoon.
And we'll also be having a good photograph. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. We are gradually winding up this very interesting and enlightening meeting. To give us the closing remarks is no other than Obi Unyaso. Thank you. So we're just waiting for the closing remarks. Once again, thank you for coming and for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much. Here comes Obi.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of my publisher, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, my managing director, Dr. Owo Kitty, the editor, Mr. Tayo Fagbole, and everyone here at BusinessDay, I'd like to say a very huge thank you to everyone who was part of this very successful event. Today, what we tried to do was to bring key stakeholders together. It was the first time we're doing it around the payments ecosystem without going too far afield. So we didn't particularly bring fintech companies that weren't doing anything around payments here. We want to thank our sponsors, our panelists, and all the delegates who were part of today's event for taking time out to join us. In particular, I'd like to appreciate MasterCard, who are the flagship sponsors for this event. I'd like to appreciate Patricia, Providence Bank, System Specs, Verify Me, Acuity, Quidax, Accelerate, and our industry partner, Ample. We've taken lessons from this event. The quality of delegate engagement has been superb, very encouraging. We've taken feedback from this event, and next year we can assure you that you're going to have a much better event. We also want to thank the regulators who were part of this event. When we started consultation to put this together, some of the regulators were not keen on speaking, or people on the public sector side. But we want to thank the EFCC for jumping on board. We're very grateful. We would also like to thank NIBS. NIBS, they had a lot of internal discussions before coming on board. We're really grateful. We also want to appreciate NFIU for coming on board. We're really grateful to them. For everyone who stayed till the end, thank you so much. At the end of the day, even if our sponsors give us or write all the checks in the world, if the hall is empty, it's meaningless. What we're going to do now is to take a lot of the conversation that has gone on, and we're going to feed it into our editorial platform, begin to push for change. We got a lot of feedback on that. And hopefully, by the time we meet again next year, we would have seen some of those changes desired implemented. Thank you very much. As you go, may the Lord be with you, and stay safe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.